What made you realize you have horrible friends? Seeing their name appear on your phone puts the fear of God in your heart. Yeah, I had a friend like that. He would only ever call or text when something was wrong with financial stuff. See, we bought a house together because it was cheaper than renting our own places. Anyway, learned really fast why it's a mistake to move in or make any sort of long-term life changes with friends. They didn't want me to succeed and would become secretly happy whenever I failed at something. Fake friends want you to do well, but not better than them. When they agreed to wait for me to get off work and meet them at college, where they were taking summer session, before driving to another state to celebrate my and another friend's 21st birthdays, which were a day apart. Instead, when I called before driving an hour to make sure they were ready, it turns out they ditched me and were already up there, a 4-hour drive from school. I bought a sandwich and a beer and went home and watched TV by myself. Gave up drinking, lost all but 2. From the reverse point of view, because I've lost a friend who decided to stop drinking, we would still invite him to things, but he didn't want to go. No concerts, no dinner, no hanging out at one of our houses, no going to the bar for fight night, nothing. Just didn't want to be around any kind of alcohol anymore, so stopped hanging out, period. After I graduated high school and looked back, realizing that a good half of my friends never wanted to just hang out with me. I only got invited to hang out if it was a birthday party where gifts were involved, or helping study for a test or something. I even suggested going to a local comic convention once because I thought it would be awesome. I didn't even know the group was actually going until the day they were leaving, even though they had worked on making costumes together for weeks. I'm much better at realizing when people actually want to be with me or just want things from me now. TBH, high school is hard to go through without a friend, preferably an athlete. Yeah, I got beaten up a lot in high school. Got accepted into a PhD program in 2009 when, due to the economic recession, hardly anyone was getting into grad programs anywhere. I announced it on Facebook and got a whole string of congratulatory messages, followed by one from a particular friend about how grad programs are just pyramid schemes and I was an idiot if I thought I would ever be successful in academia. That guy had always been kind of a jerk, but to see his crappy response in contrast to everyone else being happy for me really woke me up to just how toxic he was. I cut him out of my life not long after. I'm also a full-time college professor now. Some people are just jealous of success. They want to bring you down to their level of misery. Don't let them get to you. When they yelled at me for inviting a girl I knew to our house party in college, they hated her, apparently, and when I asked the reason, she's always flaunting her chest, showing off her big boobs, and just thought she was a wild person. First of all, girl had like triple Fs, they were huge and there's no way to cover it up when wearing just a plain t-shirt. It's not like they were falling out. Second, they had only met her in passing a couple times, so they had made up the fact that she was wild. Third, I lived in that freaking house and threw my money down to help host the party, so I can invite whoever the frick I want to. If they didn't like her, they could have gone and talked to the literal 70-something people that showed up. They were the type of girls that wanted to be the queen bee of their high school, and were now trying to do that in college. College is different. B. There isn't a queen bee, so if I get sick of your bulls, I can go find friends amongst the 15k students at my university. After that year in the house, I started putting serious distance between myself and them, which made them all irate. 2 of the girls messaged every single person on my Facebook to inform them that I was a dirty S who had herpes and VD. Pretty much everyone messaged me with screenshots, didn't believe them, and then thought these people that they barely even know are bratty children. I told them the truth, I was extracting myself from the friend group and they were angry about it. I made a ton more friends by that because those that did know them responded to me with an invite to do something because oh good, you aren't friends with them anymore? They're all buttholes. Want to go to a party Friday? Spreading this type false rumors is illegal in my country. I'm sorry you had this experience. When they got jealous of the attention my daughter got when she ended up in intensive care, they got petty because the focus was off them, so they started to write Facebook posts that scream please pay attention to me, I am important too. You can always offer to put them in intensive care. When he set my cat on fire. I was not expecting this when I clicked on this post. When they are never there for me when I call them, but I am always there for them. Also, when I'm last second invited to crap. I understand though, I'm not as fun because I don't like to get wasted or do C. When I wasn't the only one with a driver's license, I was suddenly contacted less to hang out. Hello, teenage me. When he asked me to pay him back his €3 that he gave me to get some gas, it was in Europe and had a very small car. We were in high school at the time, and I'd pick him up almost every morning to go to school, and he asked for that money in front of everybody, like I was some kind of thief or liar. I was shocked. That doesn't make him horrible though, only stupid. I'd say petty F. One girl from my high school went to the same university I did. We weren't really friends. We ran in different circles and barely knew each other, but she was very much the popular girl at school. And all of a sudden she was without her little clique, and I think she felt a little surprised that her high school popularity didn't really transfer to university, where a lot of people seemed to recognize that she was toxic. I actually managed to make some pretty good friends in the first couple of months. And suddenly this girl decided that she'd be best pals with me and get in with my group, like we'd been friends for years. The short version, over the course of about 6 months, she managed to convince my friends that I wasn't worth being friends with and that I'd done some terrible crap when I was in high school. A blatant lie. I wasn't really popular enough to do any kind of crap in high school. By the end of the first year they decided that they didn't want to live with me, so I entered my second year pretty much without friends, with no firm place to live and having to start afresh with all these rumors about me floating around. It was some real mean girls balls, and I started to see that all of the friends I'd made were a little too willing to engage in that sort of gossip as long as they weren't the bottom of the pecking order. As soon as the opportunity arose to boost their own standing by taking it out on someone they perceived to be weaker, they were all over it. In a happier coda, I had a miserable second year and then made a much nicer group of friends who I'm still super close to today, so frick 'em. 2 separate people. One was finally losing weight after being obese for years and it taking a toll on my health. A day after I told her I was dieting, she came over and surprised me with a cake and got really upset and angry when I politely declined. She stopped talking to me once I was visibly getting thinner. I found out from her boyfriend later on that it was because she was the hot one out of us. 2. I was dumped by my partner of almost 10 years and was absolutely heartbroken. I told her in tears and sobbing, and she just nonchalantly told me how she wasn't surprised because she knew it was coming despite never having mentioned it to me at all. Then told me how happy she is with her fiancé, and that the thought of being alone must be so terrifying for me. For our high school prom, not a single one of my friends asked to get a photo with me. Meanwhile, I was asked multiple times to take a photo of them with others. It's the worst feeling and you can't really stand up for yourself or be at them in that situation. I was on the verge of tears the entire night, not only from the photo thing, but that was the final straw. This happened to me too. It feels like they want to erase you from their memories almost, Not horrible exactly, but pretty crappy. I have 2 friends that constantly feel the need to make comments on my eczema. I have no clue why they feel this is acceptable behavior in any capacity. One of them is a guy who always insists on shaking hands whenever I see him. Most of the time my eczema isn't very noticeable, but other days I just get a bad outbreak and my hand gets quite dry. I'm somewhat self-conscious about it as it's just all around uncomfortable for me and it's not like I can just use lotion to make it go away instantly. Every time we shake hands, he always says something like, "OMG, they're so dry, you really need some lotion," or "Wow, you've got some man hands on you, I'm a girl." Like seriously, why? Even if he didn't know I have eczema, when is it ever okay to comment on someone's skin? The other friend is a girl I've known since high school. She also makes comments about my eczema, even though she also gets patches of it from time to time. I can remember her saying how gross it was or how I spread it to her from time to time. The instance that really stood out to me was when she was having a particularly bad outbreak and telling me about it. I gave her some advice to alleviate it. Something along the lines of putting ointment on it and then wrapping it in saran wrap or some cloth before bed. I specifically told her I do this myself and it works practically overnight. She responded with, "I'm not gonna do that. I don't wanna feel like a freaking child, and gave me this incredulous look while she rolled her eyes at me. I don't think they mean it maliciously, but I don't really care for hanging out with either of these people anymore, and the only reason they're still around is primarily because they're friends of friends. I really appreciate my actual friends who never make it an issue and sometimes even take it upon themselves to help me with it. Even just subtle things like holding my hand when they notice me absent-mindedly scratching. That's straight up bull crap. I have eczema too and always have long sleeves on because of it. I feel your pain. One of my best friends suffered a serious misfortune, but asked me not to tell our other friends because they would make fun of him for it. I realized he was right and they were a rotten crowd. They become friend with my abusive ex and keep hanging out with him. Now they left me and choose that guy better. Frick y'all. She's going to learn that abusive ex lesson the hard way, unfortunately. On this one small Minecraft server, I considered them my friends. I kept getting teleported into lava and a bunch of moderators were watching. 1 week later I checked out the owner's channel to find out he uploaded it to YouTube. In the video the owner and his fellow mods were making fun of me, complaining about it in chat. The day after that I got on the server and complained about it and got banned. People who abuse their power to hurt others for fun, even in small ways, are the worst. People in uni that I knew from college, they dressed up to the nines all the time, just branded everything, which is fine, except they never go anywhere alone because they don't want to look lonely, so they'd ask me to go with them, which is also fine, except they'd walk a good distance in front of me because they were embarrassed to be associated with me because I dress down. Dress down as in I dress okay, just not with expensive stuff. What the heck, I wouldn't take that crap. Tell them to frick themselves. It was revealed that one of my good friends was in an abusive relationship after an incident where her son was arrested for assaulting her and her toddler. The courts got involved and the judge placed a protective order in which the abusive partner was not allowed within a certain distance of her or their kid, or else he would be arrested again. One of our mutual friends was apparently in the house when the assault occurred and did nothing to stop it. Didn't call the police, didn't try to talk him down, didn't try to break it up, nothing. He later took it upon himself to call her and yell at her to pretend the whole thing never happened so our social group dynamics could return to normal. Another girl in our group decided to start spending a lot of time with the guy and do his cooking and cleaning. A third girl had the nerve to call my friend and tell her to fix her attitude and work things out. After the court process was resolved and the protective order was dropped, she ran right back into his arms. I'm still friends with her as I want to support and be there for her if anything else happens, but I've cut out everyone else in the group. If this is how they act when someone goes through a traumatic experience, I don't want them around. She's still friends with all these people though, some of which live with her and her so visits are always awkward. When she called me a fickle bee on my wedding day, because I didn't drop everything to make plans for lunch with her, among other things. That was when everything fell into place and I realized that the traits I thought I admired in her, maturity, reliable, responsible, were actually just her being out for her best interests. I didn't know you were friends with Ayn Rand. When one of them, out of jealousy that I was promoted before him, crap talked to all my co-workers and friends and in the end, my manager and got me fired and costed me my entire circle of friends. None of them even questioned it or talked to me about it. Frick you Christopher, Peter, Daniel, Hocken and the rest of you fuckwits. First few chapters of the Count of Monte Cristo in a nutshell. They have a group chat without me, they go out of town without telling me, I haven't seen some of them in over a year. Whenever we do hang out they usually ignore me. Closed the door after saying he needed to study alone, listen, and hear. Keep it down until he goes away. Probably he was having sex. My group of friends would keep saying how I flaked out of events that I wasn't even invited to. Then they created a WhatsApp group without me in it. Then further planned trips without me in them. And of the times we'd meet, talk about said trips knowing I'm not invited for them. The last of what should have been an obvious sign was an event where this guy randomly asked out of nowhere, well, if there was someone I didn't like in this group, straight up looks at me and says the name of the guy next to me. And this was after they all randomly decided to take photos of themselves making double chins when I was the only fat person there. Ironically, it only became an issue when they were offended I was doing it and making it look like they were making fun of me. Yeah, think. And when I cussed them out, they blamed me for not being social. Thank God I never have to see them again. By being nice to me only when they need my help. The sicker I got, the less they understood, cared, wanted to talk. They wouldn't hang out with me anymore. They stopped texting me, stopped caring. I have other friends from before and after them who text me about appointments, ask how I'm doing, bring me necessities when I'm doing really poorly, and they don't care since I can't give them what I used to. I was there for one of my friends, C, when she threatened to kill herself. The next day I found out she told her boyfriend that it wasn't what she wanted from the suicide threat. She said Shinowendo isn't even one of my friends, we've been friends for over 15 years, and basically went on to say that she had been saying she was suicidal to hurt her boyfriend. I cut off contact with her, but my best friend and C's boyfriend didn't. She continues to abuse them constantly. This whole thing made me think back to all the other crap she's done to me and that I'm happier without her in my life. Cheers to ending horrible friendships. Cheers. She didn't show up when 1. I was put on bed rest due to a pregnancy complication. She asked if my fiance was home, since she feels weird about the age difference between her and him. He is 9 years older than me, 14 older than her. She had 2 weeks to come over and even just say hi. How are you? 2. When I prematurely delivered our son, she didn't come to the hospital. 3. She didn't bother coming over after our son passed away. She waited until I was ready to leave the house. Spoiler, I wasn't ready but felt guilty, so went for coffee anyways. This is a girl I have left work for when she had stressful things happen. Still hurts my heart that she couldn't even give me a fraction of the friendship I have given her. Was hanging out at a friend's place late at night in college. Had dinner and then proceeded to leave and call it a night. Not 30 seconds after I left, I realized I hadn't paid for my food and turned back. Opened the door, and before they realized I was back, I had already heard one of them saying, "Why the F does veteran couch potato even come anymore? Why'd you tell him to come?" while others laughed or joined in with their own comments. It all happened in a few seconds. I just put some money on the closest desk, walked out, and never saw those guys again. That's like the worst possible ways to ever find out someone isn't friends with you besides flat out physical violence. When the one who introduced me to the group moved away and all the remaining did was make fun of me most of the time. Yup, me too. They knew I had a drinking problem because of my chronic depression, and they knew that because I am a shy person by nature, when I drink I become much more social. So instead of acknowledging that I have a problem, that I have brought that to them many times in confidence, they were more interested in having a good time, so they would encourage me to get drunk so that I would be more fun. I'm sorry to hear that. I've begun to suspect that some of my former friends found it amusing that I drank too much when I was with them and encouraged me to do so. I've never been a popular person, so I never had many friends. Anyway, my first boyfriend was just awful. I fell pregnant at just gone 16 with him. He was 25, but I miscarried at about 6-8 weeks. One night we got into an argument that ended up with me trying to walk away from him. He pulled me by my hair to the floor and hit me while I was pinned down, and then went on to trash my kitchen. I left him the very next day. Anyway, about a week passes and I arranged to meet up with my friend for food. She knew everything that went on. She was older, so she drove. Only we didn't go for food, she took me to meet him so we could sort things out, and at that point I realized she did not have any respect for me. I haven't spoke to her in about 6 years now, but she popped up on my Instagram the other day asking to meet. Whoa, frick that bee. Even if she's figured it out since then, I'd probably never trust her again. Not to mention she knowingly took a younger person back to their abusive ex. What a shithead. Went snowboarding for the first time with some friends. My first run, they all knew what to do and took off, leaving me alone to learn, and of course I got hurt pretty bad immediately. Wandered alone for a long time trying to find my way back to the bottom while in excruciating pain. After a couple hours of torture I finally found my way down. Sat the rest of the day. None of them cared to find me. I had the exact same experience with my family, and they wonder why I didn't want to go back. They decided to totally ignore me for as far as I know. No reason. I was very underweight at the time, quite clearly struggling with anorexia, and they knew I had no other friends to turn to. It was a few years ago, but still makes my blood boil to think of them. It made things a whole lot worse not knowing why they stopped acknowledging my existence. My distorted mind told me it was because I wasn't thin enough. Crap got pretty bad. All good now though. I got put in a dog kennel and rolled down the stairs. It's more when I realized I had horrible friends. I noticed that my college friends weren't so great after the first few times I told a story to my university friends, and I kind of stopped right in the middle of the stories because I was so surprised that they were actually listening to me. When they tried to set me up with a guy, I said he wasn't my type and I was focused on school anyways. So, clearly I'm a raging bee for saying no, and this guy's friends spent the rest of the year being rude to me and harassing me. The day someone said, "Why don't you just go out with him? He likes you and you have nothing better to do," was the day I was done with them. Found better friends, had them for 10 years. I like and respect girls who stand up to their initial decision, especially when it comes to male relationship and social pressure. Good job. I had been extremely close with these 3 girls. They were related and their family essentially adopted me since freshman year of high school. We'll call them Anna, Jessie, and Mary. We graduated together and remained friends. And after a rough divorce I moved in with Anna and Jessie. They were crappy and disgusting roommates, but I just continued to clean up after myself and tried to be an adult about the whole situation. After over a year in this situation and still doing what I could to be a good friend and maintain these relationships, Jessie decided to be hateful towards Mary in our group text message. They had had an argument in this message thread and Jessie was in the wrong, but she still called Mary every name in the book and basically lost her mind at her. I didn't want to just sit by and watch, so I told Jessie to knock it off and stop being a bully to Mary. Jessie proceeded to tell me to frick off and spent the next week giving me the silent treatment and slamming doors whenever I was around. In the background, Anna, Mary, and Jessie started having secret meetings where it was decided that I was the crappy person, not Jessie, and that as punishment Anna and Jessie were going to stop paying so much in rent and instead make me start paying more. I was living in the smallest bedroom in this house and they wanted me to start paying half the rent, all because I stuck up for my friend. Furthermore, Jessie convinced Mary, the person she was a straight up butthole to before, that I only stood up for her to use her as a crutch so that I could start crap with Jessie. Luckily, after we had been in our lease for a full year, I had the option of giving the landlord 30 days notice before I moved out. I had to find this out by requesting a copy of the lease from our landlord because Anna and Jessie wouldn't let me see our original copy. Anna and Jessie were too stupid to read the first freaking page of the lease and realize that I had an out. So I packed in secret and moved out with absolutely zero notice to them. I wish I could have been a fly on the wall in that house when they found my room empty. I'm happy to be free from those toxic relationships, but I super miss the rest of their family. This was realized obviously in hindsight, but when they got me hooked on clean for 6 years now. Invites me to get lunch. On my way to meet him at the restaurant. Hey, I'm not going anymore. Some friends asked me to smoke with them so I can't go anymore. Or this one time I invited friends over for a small party. This one friend, we'll call him Jose, invites some of his friends. His friends were cool until they thought it was smart to chug Fireball and finish the bottle between the 3 of them. They get super drunk and start vomiting in my bathroom, in my garbage bin, and a garbage bag. Jose says he's leaving to drop off some people and will be back for the drunk ones. Okay, sounds good. 1 hour later I call him to see how close he is back to my apartment. Oh, I'm at Denny's, dude, we got hungry. Okay, when are you coming back? I don't know. Stop whining, hangs up. I called back several times within the next few hours. This was around 1 to 3 AM. He declines all of my calls. Never came back that night and roommate came back to 3 guys passed out on our living room couch, a garbage bin full of vomit, and a garbage bag on the floor filled with vomit. Of course I was responsible for cleaning up then. The first part is so goddamn annoying. I've never been a weed fan, but the only people who would hang out with me in high school also used me because driver's license, when they didn't want me around, would say the exact thing. We're not going to X place anymore because John invited us over to smoke. I know you don't want to go. Sorry. Teenage stoners really can be the worst. After getting a 2-bedroom apartment with 3 other dudes, I found out one was dealing out of the apartment and I moved the frick out immediately. I was 20 at the time. I had a friend once who stole a jar of change from my father. As soon as I realized what he'd done, I cut ties with him. Neither me nor my dad cared about the change. It may have been $20 or so at most, but the fact that my friendship was worth less than that to him made me realize I didn't want him in my life anymore. Easy. When I was diagnosed with cancer, the majority of them disappeared. Frick 'em. I had a friend in college. She was a mess. I let her live with me when she got kicked out of her apartment. I bought her groceries, paid all the bills. I took care of her for a long time. This was probably 10 years ago. I moved away from that town and recently went back to visit. I invited her out to a bar to catch up and see how she had been doing. She brought 3 friends with her, put all their drinks on my bar tab and joked about how she had taken nude pictures of me when I was passed out drunk years before. I always knew that she was leech, but I didn't mind helping her out. I was really devastated by that. What's worse is that she didn't think she had done anything wrong. I closed my tab and left the bar. On my way out, I heard her trying to talk the bartender into reopening my tab for her and her friends. Total garbage person. Long lesson learned on my part. Sometimes people are just terrible and there is nothing anybody can do to change that. I learned to just cut my losses and walk away. No scene, no revenge. Just leave all that to the dust. Have you ever abruptly ended a friendship and not regretted it? Ended my friendship with my best friend of 13 years. He fooled around with a girlfriend of mine. Not too long after I divorced from my wife who had cheated on me while I was deployed. Told him he was dead to me. Haven't regretted a day of it. What the heck is it with best friends and so's? I swear it's like there is this cabal of cheaters who take sadistic pleasure in that crap. Yeah, I kind of felt sorry for the guy because he obviously didn't have many friends. Most of the time he was cool to talk to, but then he started hitting on me, despite me having a boyfriend, and I quickly nipped that in the bud. He's probably somewhere on Reddit complaining about being friend-zoned. Mine was also an ex-girlfriend. We dated in high school, but I broke it off because teenager logic. After 2 years of her treating me like crap, I blew up at her publicly. She stopped it and we were cool, until... Fast forward a few years in college together and stuff keeps coming up. She doesn't like our buddy's girlfriend. Made him choose betwixt them. General talking crap about friends behind their backs. And the final straw for me was mistreating my best man and his girlfriend in front of his family. Justice came when a Facebook post showed up about how she abuses people and she is trying to change. After all of our friends cut her out socially, of course. Nice use of betwixt. Yeah, for background, there is me and Dan, her, Tiff, and Stod. 2 couples, all friends. When we first all started to go out, I was really good friends with her, but as time went on I saw more and more that she was selfish and egotistical. She once complained that her parents bought her $24K gold diamond earring for Christmas when she just wanted the money, and so on. There is a long list of faults with this child. Roll around to her friend's 21st birthday about a year ago. Her boyfriend cannot go anywhere without her except work. No lads' nights out. He can't even look at other women. Read. Barmaids. And you can tell it grates him if I mention that Danny was going away for the weekend without me, or we'll be rating the lovely beer providers of our local pubs. At this party she drinks and get paranoid that a girl, friend of ours, at another table is talking about her and decides to demand that none of us talk to her anymore. At this point I've had enough of her crap. Tell her she's free to make her boyfriend do whatever she likes and he can be dumb enough to follow it, but she does not have the right to try and control my partner, so she better shut up, sit down and stay the frick away from me for good. I walked away and had a F. Haven't said more than 5 words to her since and only see her when Danny and Stod want to go to the pub. Yes, we had a so-called friend who loves to use people and people's resources. Example, she knows friend A is smart, so she will do everything to be his study project partner. She knows friend B is rich, so she usually goes out with her to lunch because friend B doesn't mind paying for that user. It goes on. You'll see that her friends are high profile people because she befriended them for their assets. We sort of disowned her one day, kind of uninvited her in a party. That's when everything went awkward between us since then. Internet diagnosis: high functioning psychopath. A couple of people in high school stopped speaking to me for going to the prom with a lesbian friend. They have tried to Facebook friend me since, which is hilarious since I haven't spoken to them since 1996. I mean, 16 years is a lot of time to change mature. My high school self was a freaking idiot. I would certainly not like to be judged now for what that moron did. Yup, had a friend really liked him, had a lot of similar interests and humor. But I am one of those people who is quite technical. IT, audio-visual, smartphone stuff, internet. I am always being asked to fix stuff or give advice on something or other. Sometimes I understand how doctors feel at parties when they tell someone their profession. Oh, can you just have a quick look at the large wart I have growing out of my butt? I have to be quite strict with friends because they will take the pee. Well, some do. So this one guy was always asking what TV he should get, or why is his email not working, yada yada. He was moving to a new house and roped me in to help him spec and install the ultimate AV system, internet setup for his new house. There were promises of beers, food and other incentives. So over the next few months I was bombarded with questions about every freaking detail of the system. Finally the day arrived to install. I turned up at his house. No beer, no food. Well, not planned for me anyway. I set up all the kit. Then another bunch of people turned up with wine, beers and a broken laptop. It became apparent that my friend had planned a dinner party with these other people and they just happened to have this broken computer with them. After being asked to and succeeding in fixing this computer, my friend announces they were about to eat. I said okay. He then said we weren't planning on you eating, but we could fit you in, I guess. I politely declined. I later wrote him a mail telling him how I felt he had crossed the line and was taking the pee. And that was that. Never spoke again. TL. DR. Friend took the pee with always bugging me to fix his crap. I have done this many times in my life. Choice is the best freedom we have been given, and life is too short to surround yourself with frenemies and buttholes. I love getting older because I can finally choose the people I want in my life instead of being forced together with people through circumstances. My rule is, I will always forgive and forget. Just explain why. If you're true friend, then you will admit you've been crap and I will too, and we can move on from there. If you're not, then the friendship wasn't worth a crap and I'll be happy to move on from it. A lot of friends are calling me a douche for being this way. Thankfully I am not alone. It's a two-way thing. Both parties need to acknowledge being an idiot, or it won't work. And with boys it's often like this. Both are in the wrong, but won't stop arguing. Yup, in fact it was a whole group of friends. It's one of the few relationship decisions that I made that I look back on and am really proud of myself. They were the people I meet living in the 7th floor of Ellsworth Hall my freshman year of KU. We all became friends and did all the normal college stuff together. Groups of us banded off into separate off-campus apartments the next year and continued to hang out all together. During the course of that second year I had started making friends in my major who I liked a lot more than these people. The original group, dorm friends, was seemingly becoming more and more dysfunctional, while I became closer and with the other group. For the sake of brevity I am leave a lot out here. When third year rolled around I lived separately from the dorm friends which had consolidated into larger houses. I went and hung out with them for the back to school kegger they threw. Didn't feel right being there and left early. Never called them to hang out again. And was always busy doing my own crap when they called. Eventually the calls stopped. I continue strengthening the bonds with my new group, major friends, which felt more at home. Toward the end of 4th or 5th year I got a call out of the blue from dorm friends. Some of them were graduating and wanted to see me, so much so that they rented, borrowed an Xbox and asked me to bring my copy of Halo to play Halo multiplayer with them, my fav game ever. I went and it was weird. I felt like they were trying to broach the topic of why I never hung out with them anymore. It never came up and we said our goodbyes and wished each other well. I left feeling weird, but oddly content. I ran into one of the subgroups, dorm friends, a year later as I was leaving a bar, and they started apologizing to me. They weren't sure what for though. I was pretty shocked actually. I told them it was nothing they didn't and not feel bad about anything. I just needed to go my own way and that I felt deep down that I wasn't a good fit for their group. Joe, Hannah, Marcus, and Neely, if you happen to see this, I hope life is treating you guys well. Yup, I had a close friend from high school that I've recently cut all ties with. We always had fun together and would chat on Facebook all the time. But boy was she trouble. The first sign, which I missed as only a young man blinded by the hope of intercourse could, was that she drove a wedge between my best friend and I, a friendship that still isn't what it used to be before. Our little Facebook chat soon became mandatory, with her texting me to get on if I wasn't. See, she had some issues with self-esteem. She was anorexic, displaying all but one of the textbook symptoms, and refused to do anything about it. Her parents, etc. So for about 6 months I was this girl's therapist, despite the fact that nothing I said stuck. I think I give good advice, but hey, don't we all? Eventually, I got sick of it, and 2 things happened. The first is that she insulted my very close friend, let's call her Mary, on multiple occasions, which was not okay. Secondly, I started to watch The X-Files on Netflix. Because I used my computer for Netflix, I couldn't do Facebook chat, and after a week or so I realized how much happier I was, and never looked back. She still tries to text me every now and then, but I ignore them. TL. DR. Mulder and Scully save me from a life of pseudo-therapy. The truth is out there. Had a really close friend. We moved to a different country together for a few months and hung out almost daily. A few months after moving back I found out that he had been hitting on my girlfriend a lot and ended up drunkenly begging her for sex. Even when she rebuffed him he kept whining. He was engaged at the time and still is with the same poor girl. I cut him off completely without really explaining why, but I guess he knows. This was 6 years ago, and I've seen him a couple of times after that. Those times I've been cordial, but aloof. Don't need that kind of crap. Yep, one of my best friends just couldn't understand the concept of clinical depression and told me to snap out of it. I haven't spoken to him since. I broke up with my fiance. He was cheating, but stayed friends with his best friend. Me and that guy took a couple of vacations together and kept in close contact for several years. I started realizing that every time we spoke he was either dropping little tidbits of info about my ex or asking me specific questions about my life. I finally asked him if everything I told him was going straight to my ex. He said well he is my best friend. I dropped him like a bad habit and never looked back. TL. DR. Ex's best friend was funneling info about me and my life directly back to butthole X. Broke off friendship and don't regret it. There was a girl in my high school class who basically admitted that she was only friends with me because I was suicidal depressed and therefore felt pity for me. I've never been happier ever since I cut her out. Maybe she was the reason. Huh. I had a friend who was a snob. Stuck up and always had to have everything her way. When we hung out, we did what she wanted. I couldn't even buy the makeup I wanted. It had to be the brand she regularly bought. The last straw was when she didn't like my boyfriend, who I had been with for 5 years. Fair enough, but it peed me off when she kept trying to set me up with someone else. Looking back on it, not once did we even have a conversation that didn't revolve around her. I got a new job and she didn't even so much as ask where my new job was. I decided to stop talking to her and never replied to her texts and ignored her calls. We were friends for a long time. Her hubby, my hubby, us kids, etc. I was warned that this friend, by her sister-in-law, that she was sue happy, meaning she sues anyone and didn't one. I never thought she'd do it to us. Her daughter didn't have a job. I suggested to hubby that she could be happy at his work. He is the manager. He said no problem. Figured we were helping out a friend. Long story short, she hurts herself. Not at work, but makes a workers' comp claim. Lies and more lies. Discrepancies all over the place. Hubby was extremely stressed, basically because she was lying about what he had said and asked her to do on certain dates. Dates etc did not add up. Mum and dad behind it all. Cut the friendship immediately. We were hurt and disgusted. Yup, several over the course of my life. Circumstances were all different but equally valid and equally sad. Just be absolutely certain that the friendship is over. Make sure it's a clean break. Walk away and resist the urge to gossip, speak badly about said person after it's over. There will be moments of regret and it doesn't feel good, but hopefully it's for the better for you both in the long run. One of my close friends stole money from my dad after staying at my house. At the time I was really worried about ending the friendship, but looking back I can see it was the best choice cause the guy is just a mess. She was my best friend of a few years. Then sometime last year she got a BF and kinda just forgot about me and everyone else. I tried to make the effort but she wasn't really responding. Then in January of this year I went away for the month on holiday and I missed her a lot. But I don't think she noticed at all, frankly. She broke up with him during this time. That hit me pretty hard. In February I decided that I would try to keep for another month with talking to her and keep the friendship going because I didn't want to throw it away so easily. So during that month I called her, texted her and tried to hang out but got nothing. So I stuck true to my word and just stopped everything with her. Yeah, it hurt at the beginning because I cared about her a lot, but I am way better off without her now. Don't care if no one reads this, it's just nice to get it out. I have trust issues. TLDR. Had a best friend. She stopped caring, so I did too. Hurt at first, now all better. Yes, earlier this year, I was in a really dark place and was having suicidal thoughts. I was depressed for about 2 years, but I was very good at hiding it and never told anybody because I didn't want to burden anyone or thought they would be too busy for me. One night in late January and early February I was just so scared that I was going to kill myself, so I decided to open up about how I had been feeling to one of my 2 best friends. Let's call her L. I told her everything, how my depression started, how I was hiding it from everyone, how I was feeling. I requested for her to accompany me as I told my other best friend, H. Reasonable enough request, right? She never showed up, even though I was texting and calling her and asking if she was going to come. I continued trying to contact her for the next few weeks, to no avail, and a few months later, when I was getting better, I'd tried to contact her but she would never reply. Then I realized what a cunty move that was, abandoning me when I needed her most, and dropped all contact. I miss her sometimes, but I don't regret it one bit. I had a friend that wanted to hang out constantly. He'd come and hang out all the time, invited or not, and he would always try and be super close with my close friends or girlfriends. He was pretty flamboyant and there were a few times where his gay really sparkled, but he was in the closet. He told me once that if he was gay, that his dad would beat him to death. I broke up with my girlfriend at the time and I didn't tell anyone because I was having a tough time with it. He happened to call her out of the blue, and when he found out we broke up he was mad at me for not telling him. Next, after that girl I was dating another girl. Again he wormed his way into that relationship too. We caught him telling lies to us and confronted him. He had no explanation. This new girl thought that he was jealous of her for being with me. I agreed and that was that. I ended up never talking to him again. My friend was just like a brother to me. I'd never had that kind of relationship with someone before, especially since my direct family is quite dysfunctional. Ergo, I value my friends, the ones I have left, highly. This kid is about a year older than me, him being 17 now. We met at a Brinny meetup in our city and sort of hit things off from there. After a long time of talking and relating, we decided that we were the best of friends and hung out as much as we possibly could. Due to distance, this was limited to each weekend. Our platonic relationship sort of pushed me to develop feelings for him. We were already acting like we were dating anyway, although it was just holding hands and crap. He asked me one day if I liked him and I said yes, but I don't want a relationship because I'd just come out of an ugly one. Here's the freaking weird part. He goes off his nut and starts going on about how he'd be cheating on his girlfriend in Japan, whom he doesn't have on Facebook, whom he talks to once a month at best. whom he had only brought up once and didn't even reference her as so at the time. If he continued to see me, now knowing my feelings, he claimed that he was an honorable man and had morals, and would dislike it if his girlfriend was hanging out with a guy who had feelings for her. Not even my farthest rationalization could convince him to see reason. He deleted me, ceased all contact with me, lived each day after as if nothing had happened. It was, to say the least, one of the most painful things I've had happen to me. I still love him as a brother, close friend, and I still miss him. This was in May. Sounds pretty typical for a 17-year-old. I can look back and honestly say that I've personally pulled dickish moves like these. Don't really stress it too hard. You're very young. You obviously dodge a bullet. He will wind up having regrets and feeling awful and all that jazz down the line. At least I think he would. If not, he will get his dues. This dude was my first friend when I moved from one part of the country to another. He was incredibly nice towards me, and we both helped each other get through school, etc. High school was a blast. Drinking, smoking and playing Final Fantasy. Fast forward a couple of years, we're still tight, but things have changed a bit in our group. He decided that he would not hang with us all the time because he wanted to calm down on the partying, and that was fine with us. We told him to contact us whenever he's ready to pick up contact again. We never said he couldn't hang out with us or whatever. The door was always open, etc. Now all we know is that he's partying even harder with his new friends. The irony is that he's a follower group wise. He never decides on anything himself. So while he wanted to quit the partying, this only led to him partying more. What bothers me though, is that I as his best friend over all these years never got a single word about anything. He moved to a different place, and just ditched all of us. And now he wants to come back. Well, because his new friends weren't as good friends as he thought. I want to tell him to frick himself, but at the same time, he is my best friend and has been for a lot of years. Nope. Had a friend, well, basically an adopted brother, went out with an awful woman who I freaking hated, but he was happy, so didn't say anything. He called me up one night crying and all messed up in a bad way. This woman was screwing with him really hard, manipulating him and crap, so he'd broken up with her and was now super depressed. I talked him down and told him that no one really liked her. It was relevant. He was asking if he'd made the right decision. Anyway, fast forward a few months and he's back with her, still as freaked up as ever. Fast forward a few more months and he's an alcoholic, and bitching at me because I didn't like his girlfriend. Still the crap one that manipulated him and isolated him from friends and family and cheated on him right in front of his eyes. Full stop. So he eventually broke up with the demon wench and is now a serious drinker and moaning about not having money and not having any life experience. So I tell him just go out and do crap. You know? Stop drinking so much. Come over and we can for walks and crap. Whatever. Just telling him that we can just hang and still be buds and do stuff together. Few months later I told him he had a drinking problem and I didn't want to deal with him when he was drinking. That all he did these days was drink and be about crap he could easily change if he actually wanted to. I haven't seen him for more than about 10 minutes since. Addiction is bad, okay? TL. DR. Best friend became an alcoholic. No more best friend. I let my friends decide how things work. I have had people who thought I was their friend get upset with me throwing our friendship away over nothing when in reality they were just upset because I didn't instantly agree with them on whatever wrong decision they were making. I have a sort of scenario that fits with the ups question. Feel free to downvote me if this is the wrong type or whatever. Recently, I broke up with my girlfriend. I, from the outset, decided to take the high road and not reveal anything that she said or did that would paint her in a negative light, as I did wish to one day have some sort of friendship with her. And trust me when I say she had said some nasty things about nearly all of her friends at some point. She did not follow this. She began trashing me to anyone who had ears, which didn't make sense to me because I did a lot for this girl, and even towards the end of the relationship, I tried my damnedest to make it work. Anyway, most of our mutual friends were smart enough to say to themselves the evil Lord Zed isn't really like that and XGF is just wearing her heart on her sleeve. Unfortunately, one of my closest friends, we'll call her Laura, for the past couple of months did not see this. I had done a lot for Laura and helped her through a lot of emotional times and tried to be a great friend to her, and she had, for the most part, done the same for me. But when the breakup happened and XGF got into her ear, she told me that maybe we shouldn't hang out anymore. Right when I was feeling the sting of the breakup, trash talk and needed people. So I offered that if she would not be there for me when I needed friendship and support, like I had done with her, and she was buying into what the XGF was saying, then we were not really friends and I wouldn't pretend that we were. After this we haven't spoken. It sucked at first, but I now certainly don't regret it, as Laura was a bad friend all along in the mask of a good friend if this is something that would send her away. Additionally, this whole thing has helped me clean up my friends list and given me a new base from which to relaunch my social adventures. Hey Regit, what was your weirdest, scariest holy crap I can't be friends with this person anymore moment? A roommate of mine paid a homeless kid who was starving $10 for his guitar. He said the kid cried and begged him to take something else, so he said he'd give him an extra $5 if he showed him his dong, which he did. He comes home and gives me this cheap but beautifully hand decorated guitar with this story like it's a prize. I started looking for somewhere else to live the next day. Oh god, my soul just fell out. I hadn't seen the friend in about a year. He had moved to take a new job. When he gets back into town, I invite him over to have a beer and hang out. When I am not in the room, he steals a few checks out of my checkbook and writes down my driver's license number from my wallet. A few weeks later, he fully steals my identity, opens up a handful of credit accounts in my name and writes checks all over town. It drains my bank account and causes all kinds of havoc. Luckily, he was caught and I got most of my money back, but it took me about a year and many headaches to get it all fixed up. After his arrest, he contacted me and had the balls to ask if I would drop the charges so he wouldn't have to go to jail. As he put it, friends forgive each other. I laughed at him and told him I forgive him, but he still needs to take responsibility for what he did, which in this case meant going to jail. My best friend, her boyfriend and her 8-month-old baby were homeless. Me and my then boyfriend, now husband, picked them up and let them stay in our tiny 1-bedroom apartment with our dog. We spent a lot of money buying food, buying gas to take them to different agencies that could help them pick up their belongings from some crappy neighborhood that they were living in. Got her multiple job interviews, bought diapers, and some baby formula for them. One day my friend sat me down and told me that my boyfriend stared at her and it made her uncomfortable. I told her he was probably looking at the baby. I stare at the baby too. Babies are cute. We want one of our own one day. She said he's not allowed to look at my baby. I really don't think he's a very nice guy and I think you deserve someone better. I was floored. At the time I had a crappy job, so it was mostly his money we were spending on them. She told me if I didn't break up with him she would leave. I told her that she needed to leave. Turns out she stole a lot of my clothes and went into our room and stole most of the change we had in a jar. Not cool. I am no longer friends with her and my husband now has trouble trusting my friends when they are over. Fat ugly friend is finally getting cute girlfriends. Much younger, but still in their 20s, then 19, then 18, then younger, then younger. Come to find out, he's been feeding them H. You know, it'd be fricked up with just the H. But what really does it is the fact that once he realized that it was working, and he could get any girl he wants, he drops to children. Comorbidity in action. I'm in recovery for anorexia and weight gain is just part of it. As I went from underweight to a normal weight, they started telling me, and other people when they thought I couldn't hear, how fat I was getting and that I was letting myself go. Sorry, I should have said that they were some close friends of mine at the time and that they knew about my anorexia. Good for you for taking the steps to get better. I understand your pain. I had to deal with people commenting on my weight gain and talk about how I was getting chubby. It helped to remind myself how miserable I was when I was starving myself to meet their and my own ridiculous expectations. Healthy is happy. Keep it up. And if you ever want to chat about it, feel free to PM me. I'd have to say when he tried to physically shame my now ex-girlfriend, that was the end of that right quick. Only regret is that I didn't take some of his teeth first. It's never too late for a sucker punch. He won't expect it now. When I let my best friend live with me for free, she smoked all my cigarettes, ate all my food, found my stash of cash and stole it to buy beer and a cab ride to my boyfriend's, David, house. They fricked when I was at work. When I came home she said she wanted to go back home because she missed her family. I get a call a month later from her saying she's pregnant. I congratulate her, assuming it was her fiancé's. Nope, it's David's. I tell her I am disgusted that she could do something so low. The W replied with, why can't you be happy for me instead of being a jealous bee? David equals gone. W equals gone. This is so fricked up I don't know if I even believe it. Friend of mine was insulting his mom right to her face. He was telling me how stupid she is. He was speaking in English. We live in a Spanish speaking country and his mom doesn't speak English. At one point, when I looked at him like, dude, stop it, he said in Spanish, don't worry, she doesn't understand anything. At that point she noticed that he was talking about her and I saw a look of pure sadness on her face. I just couldn't be friends with him after that. I'm not saying he should be a mama's boy or anything, but dang it man, respect your mother. That seriously hurt to read. I was staying in a hostel in London on a gap year after I left school and I had made friends with another guy from Australia who seemed smart, nice and funny. No red flags and he was good company. After about 10 days or so after I had arrived in London, we were out at another backpacker hostel nearby and the bar there playing pool with some girls. This guy comes up to me and jokingly says that it's going to be hilarious tonight. I asked why, and he said that he had put some drugs, ecstasy I think, in the girls' drinks. He said that it would be funny to see what happened. As I was only a new arrival and quite young, I was completely spun out. He was the only guy I had gotten to know and he turned out to be a complete dong. After a minute or so of contemplating the options, I decided to take the following steps. 1. Knock the drinks over accidentally. 2. Buy new ones, which had the bonus of making myself look good. 3. Dragging the guy outside and telling him that if I ever saw or heard anything like that again then I would give him a beating. In retrospect, I probably should have called the cops on him then and there. Not ruining the night was important to me back then. Well done, you are a decent bloke. When he was arrested for watching P, naked, masturbating, through the window of his living room, standing in his front lawn. This got exponentially funnier after the first 3 ellipses. When she excitedly passed on suicide tips like how to tie the knot to my other friend, 15Y, who confided in her that he was considering killing himself. He hanged himself. I only got to know this recently, but it was 7 years ago. How yeah, and like 2 weeks before he killed himself, we were bonding over suicide options. Crazy, right? This is probably one of the most fricked up ones I have read so far. I think she may be like that one guy who got his kicks watching people commit suicide. When I passed out on his bed, I woke up to him naked and trying to tie me to his bedpost. Luckily my best friend walked into the room because he was looking for me. He just had to take one look at me and no, none of it was consensual. He then proceeded to beat Mr. Naked's butt. My friend actively went after my boyfriend of plus 5.5 years. She would wait for me to leave and drive over to his house, all the while telling me how she would never see my boyfriend without me there and how my friendship was the most important thing to her. Also would spend hours IMing him super obscene stuff when she knew we were together. She sent me a 4-line TXTSPK crappy apology once I ratted them out. Thanks, but no thanks. Yeah, they are both ex-friend and ex-boyfriend. She refused to take medication for schizophrenia, spent hours and hours abusing every aspect of me whenever she got drunk and then claiming it didn't happen was my fault so I left. We lived together. This was a week ago. It's awful. You did so right to leave. That is fricked up. Do not let her accusations reside in your head. There is no truth in someone like that. When she roofied me to frick, we used to screw casually and when I found a girl I was serious about she did this to show you we can still have fun. Okay, to answer some responses. It was about 8 years ago. Her name was Monica and she always had a lot of drugs on hand. I wasn't the responsible and respected member of society I am now, mind you. We were all having drinks at her place with a small group of friends. She brought me my second or third beer and those present said I was acting really strange at this point and they cut me off. Mind you, I drank heavily when I partied so being smashed before beer 12 was really out of character. Since people knew we had fricked before on a semi-regular basis, they didn't think it was unusual that she took me to her room that night. I only can recall vague moments of the incident, and when I woke up I was so disoriented I didn't even know where I was or the day and time. It took me another 6 hours after waking up to sober up. I felt terrible about what I did, and she didn't tell me the truth of it until like 3 months later. I didn't tell the police, but I made sure everyone who knew her knew what she did and that she wasn't allowed near me. I moved in with my best friend of 6 years. We both needed a place to stay, so it made sense. He went on vacation to visit his mom, and I found out he'd been recording my conversations with people and was secretly filming me and my other friends all over the house with secret cameras that I didn't find until one day when he was gone. Even cameras in the bathroom. Cops got involved and it was super fricked up. Turns out he was gay for my friend and was super insecure, I guess. Got the heck out of that place. Turns out he was super insecure, I guess. The word you're looking for is paranoid. Insecure people just doubt themselves or don't like themselves very much. Insecure people don't place hidden cameras and recording devices all over the house. That's the point where it tips over from legitimately insecure into borderline mental illness. A while back my group of friends had a crazy friend. Let's say his name was Jeff. Now Jeff had been friends with some people in my group from high school, so we just always put up with his shenanigans. But one summer he went to Texas on vacation and came back saying he met a girl named Penny, so of course we all wanted to see pictures and see her Facebook and junk. But he had an excuse for everything. Said she didn't believe in social media and that she kept forgetting to send him the pictures. So we poked a little fun at him and said she wasn't real and forgot about it. A few days later, lo and behold, we all get friend requests from Penny. She was a pretty girl and was all over Jeff in posts saying how she loved him and talking about all the fun they had over the summer, but still no pictures. She even starts talking to all his friends trying to get close to him. Some of us believe it and even really start becoming good friends with her. She would even talk to me about boys and ask to see pictures of guys I was dating and give me dating advice. All was good until one of my friends decided to become a detective and Google image search that crap. Penny was really some 16-year-old singer from YouTube. But by the time this happened, Penny had a whole online life and friends and was on Facebook more than Jeff was. He even pretended to call her and pretended to get texts from her. We never confronted him about having a whole separate online life as a scene chick in Texas. Eventually Penny went off to college in Oregon and even studied abroad in Japan. I'm pretty sure Jeff spent more time on her life than his own. We all stopped talking to Jeff when he joined the army and Penny disappeared from our friends lists. Who knows, maybe he still has his secret life. He was Penny for at least a year actively. After all that went down, I never felt comfortable around him. Sorry for the format. I was on my phone. I feel like he joined the army so he'd never have to come clean to any of you. I woke up to one of my really good guy friends dry humping me when I was drunkly passed out on his couch. Yes, I'm a girl. And yes, I was drunk. No, not drunk enough to initiate anything that I don't remember. Just too drunk to drive half an hour home. My buddy was already a little sketchy, doing occasional coke and telling me how he would consider joining a Mexican cartel and thoughtlessly killing people. Then he told me how he stabbed a guy in the leg because the guy looked like he was following a girl home. If I kept hanging out with him, I was bound to get into trouble. Sounds more like a compulsive lie than an actual danger, but probably better safe than sorry. I might be on the other side of this, but I think the situation was totally uncalled for. Told my best friend that I had depression and was really struggling at that moment. I didn't think it was that a big deal, but I guess he did. He stopped wanting to hang out and never returned my calls. We are in our late 20s and have been friends since we were about 10. Haven't seen him for months now. Some people are terrified of anything that might be negative for them. Sorry you had to go through that. Hope you have other friends and family around you, as well as getting the help you need. I had this friend when I was in high school who obviously had quite a crush on me. He told people we were dating, though we weren't, and called me cutie an awful lot. But we discussed it and I'd made it clear that I was not interested. He said he'd get over it and we remained friends. After we graduated I didn't see much of him, but we continued to chat over IM every now and then, and I moved on with my life and found myself a One day I collected the mail and found a small box. It had no stamp and obviously hadn't been sent through the postage system, so I was a little concerned. But when rattled it seemed innocuous enough. It turned out to be a silver charm bracelet with a small heart on it. There was no sender listed and no note, which was creepy, but I figured it might have come from a relative or something, as I have a lot of aunts who are known to do such things. A few days later I got an IM from my old friend asking if I'd liked his gift. I was pretty shocked and more than a little disturbed, as I'd never given him my address, and, figuring it was best to just be straight with him, I told him that I had a boyfriend and so sending me gifts was not okay. He told me he already knew. He'd seen us. He then sent me pages and pages of what I can only describe as smutty fanfiction describing my boyfriend and I together. How he'd touch me, the sounds I'd make, in dozens and dozens of scenarios. Needless to say, we are no longer friends. Also, for those wondering, I do not still have his erotic friend fiction, as one of you has dubbed it. It was sent electronically and went down with my high school laptop. I sort of wish I did still have it because people ask to see it whenever I tell this story. That's some restraining order worthy crap right there. I learned that my roommate had violated a friend of mine, and that is why she had spent 3 months in an institution the summer before. I still had 8 months on the lease. Let's just say I was not home very much. Lorem ipsum. How pee would you be if I ran over your dog? A few minutes later she started lightly smacking him on the nose to try to get him to bite her. This close to running her over with a car. Broke up with a GF when she kicked my dog. It was coming anyway, but that got me into the mood for the conversation. Friends couldn't have kids for over a decade and asked if I'd give them my eggs. Later I found out this is illegal in the country where we're expatriates, UAE, but was too late. I injected myself with 2 rounds of hormones, then flew to Lebanon, a third world country that is home to Hezbollah, to undergo a surgery in a shady clinic in the back of a mall and suffered terrible side effects, all out of goodness of my heart. The whole time they acted as if they are doing me a huge favor. They wanted me to fly out of a city an hour away because it was cheaper, then insisted we share the same hotel room as I recovered from the surgery, and the unforgettable moment came when the husband yelled at me for eating a Kit Kat bar from the hotel because it might have been overpriced. Mind you, he makes over 150k a year, so money wasn't really an issue. Afterwards, they never even said thank you. Dragged paying my compensation, never did, in the end. And when I asked them to watch my dogs for a week, said that his pregnant wife doesn't want to smell crap. This was the only thing I asked from them in return for giving them the gift of life. I'm now disappointed in all of humanity. Anyone suggesting that I file for custody, I appreciate the thought, but no thank you. My husband is the most wonderful human being on earth. Whereas the other guy, I'm scared to think what's in his defective gene pool. We also decided to not have children. As for the payment, sure, it is unfair that they refused to compensate me, but I didn't do it for the money. Our income is higher than theirs, plus the legal fees and the headache, not to mention the risks of filing a lawsuit in the UAE, as a woman, are not worth it. Impartial bias. I'm sorry it bugged you, so I went ahead and fixed it for you. I think this one wins. Friend of mine married this calculating woman who invited 4 of her girlfriends to a girls' night out, snacks and drinks. At the end of the night, the bill comes out and it's for $100. Without dropping a beat, my friend's wife says, well, looks like it'll be $20 per person, as she pulls out a 20% coupon out of her purse and says, here's my contribution. Hahaha, I will never dine out with this gal, ever. I was friends with my ex before we started dating. We were together for over a year and, having just graduated college, was starting to make more long-term plans. Well, she decided she needed to frick her best friend's boyfriend, which, naturally, made those two break up. Being in love and stupid, I was trying to see if we could work it out. When I told her that she couldn't spend any time with him again, she said, aren't you being unreasonable? You cheat on me and betray your best friend. When I tell you that you can't spend more time with the guy you cheated on me with, I'm being unreasonable. Clearly you have no concept of how awful what you did is and would like for everyone to just forgive you without you having to do anything. You're better off without her, dude. Cheating is one thing, but being unable to see the error of your way is freaking dangerous. Okay, here we go. I had just turned 16 and it was the first week of summer vacation. My friend and I were going to the mall for a little girl time. We were in and out of a few different stores, went to the food court etc. Just a normal day at the mall. So she decides she wants to go into this one store and I follow. I walked around, looked at some things but didn't see anything I wanted to buy. She went to the register to purchase a few small things and we left. Once out in the mall, she began sorting through her bags of recently purchased items. She says to me, "Can you hold on to these things for me? I don't have enough room in my bag." Trying to be a good friend I said sure, no problem. Next thing I know, we get approached by security saying that we were shoplifting. I explained that she had purchased some items and neither one of us were stealing. Security made us empty our pockets and wouldn't you know, there I stood with the items she had stolen from the store. Then she turned around and said to me, "Wow, I can't believe you would do something like that." So I was arrested and grounded and no longer her friend. Freaking B. What a C. My best friend, at the time, said he wanted to decapitate me because I was friends with his girlfriend. I had been friends with her before they had even started dating, and I was the one who had given her number to him. Freaking butthole. It's a group of friends instead of just one person, but feckle matter. When I was in high school I had a destructive and mischievous group of friends. One night everyone was over at my house and they all ended up crashing there for the night. Fast forward to the morning, I awake to my dad screaming up my stairs about crap on the walls. Apparently that night they thought it would be cool to smear crap all over a Twilight poster in my little sister's room. They gave the portrait of Edward a large crap mustache. But wait, it gets way better. About 2 weeks after that happened I was in my kitchen making a PB&J sandwich. I go into the cabinet and grab the jar of peanut butter. I pop the top and instantly the smell shotgunned into the air and I nearly vomited. Sealed away in my peanut butter jar was the most putrid smelling turd, perched against the side of the jar. I confronted them about both incidents. No one would ever admit to the peanut butter jar. The Twilight poster was disgusting and a little funny, but after word got out about the peanut butter jar I think whoever did it realized they went way over the top. Needless to say we weren't friends for very long. TLDR. Crap on Edward from Twilight, and crap in my peanut butter jar. I took a college math class with a guy who claimed that when he was in high school, he and some friends broke into a house. Whilst doing whatever around this house, he took a jar of mayonnaise out of the fridge, removed half of the mayo, crap in the jar, replaced the mayo, and put it back in the fridge. One of the most horrifying things I've ever heard. I rented out my furnished house to a friend of mine for a year. Since he was a friend, I only charged him $900 a month and I paid for the pool service. Market was about $1,100. 1 year later, he moves out and I go find the following. He wiped boogers on the walls all throughout the house. His kid climbed on the shelves in the pantry and broke a shelf. Busted up furniture, blinds, and fans throughout house. The front doorbell was totally destroyed to the point one had to manually touch 2 metal contacts together to ring the doorbell. Multiple holes in the walls that he patched up with crap that didn't even match. All the hardware in the house is gold. He replaces the front door knob and lock set with a silver one. Water damage in the upstairs bathroom. Did I mention boogers on the walls? He claimed the house wasn't even in that great of a condition when I rented it to him. I couldn't even talk to him about the freaking boogers on the wall that I had to clean up myself. How do you confront a 40-year-old man that wiping boogers on the wall is not what people do? Yeah, we're not friends anymore. The sucker had gall to ask me for help with his business. Yeah, whatever dude. I hope your business goes under. What was a disturbing sign that your friend might have a broken moral compass? She kissed my then boyfriend during my birthday party. That was the end for me. She has no respect and I couldn't trust her anymore after that. When they like to beef with others just because, quoting their own words, I'm bored. Yet when someone is joking about them they cannot handle it. I have a friend like this. I'm trying but I feel like I have to walk on eggshells with him. She started neglecting her children. I anonymously called CPS twice. They came and never took the kids. 2 years passed. I cut ties and her children are finally in the custody of their grandparents. Good for you for calling CPS. A lot of people might not have acted. Thanks to you, those kids will now lead better lives. I had a best friend break up in middle school that ended because he kept talking about how hot a 3rd grader was. We were in 8th. He ended up getting arrested later. I'm sure you can guess why. Insurance fraud. A few years ago I was out with some friends. There was this guy who started humiliating his girlfriend in front of everyone. Did everything he could to destroy her self-esteem and brought her to tears. When we were leaving he came to me and said I felt really good tonight. I really felt like I was in control. And that's how I lost my best friend, ladies and gentlemen. Bragged to me about having an affair with an engaged guy because he was kind of famous. I still see her post Instagram stories of her acting buddy-buddy with the dude's now wife and it gives me the heebie-jeebies. You gotta tell her, man. Then hobby jobbies will go away. This isn't as shocking on the broken moral compass scale as others, but it was crazy to me. I had a good friend from growing up but we drifted apart. It sucked as I got the impression that he was purposely freezing me out. Anyway, a couple of years ago I threw a party at a bar when I took a new job and invited him. At one point in the evening he told this hilarious story about some shenanigans from back in college. Everyone was laughing, except for me because I know the story and it's my freaking story. He wasn't even there. We didn't go to college together and the story includes details specific to my college town. He's heard the story before and at some point he just substituted me out of the story. That's annoying. I've been in the same boat. My ex would question why I would share something, like dinner I made or my food drink, that I paid for with my friends. He couldn't understand why I would do that without them giving me something in return. Not a friend but a co-worker back in college. He was bragging about how wasted he got one night in his dorm and ended up vomiting on his math book. But that's okay. I went to class the next day and sat next to some guy, and just when class was letting out I switched my book with theirs. Isn't that funny? Yeah. Some random student paid $140 for a textbook and ended up with one with your biohazard all over it. Good one, bro. When she screamed expletives at her elderly dog for being gross, he wasn't gross. He was just old. He'd come over to her for pets and she'd shove him away and scream at him. I always gave him extra love when I could. Our friendship ended when we were 16. Haven't seen her since I was 20, almost 7 years ago. She killed her 2-month-old baby a little over a year ago. So glad that friendship ended when it did. When she cheated on her husband with a guy she worked with at a gas station, and then asked me to join them for a threesome. That was a big red flag flapping in the wind. She also littered and thought it was funny, literally threw trash out the car window driving down the road, then giggled about it like she had gotten away with something. She also invited me and my kids out to dinner one night by way of saying, "Let's go to restaurant and let the kids run around and make a huge mess that we don't have to clean up." Obviously, we are not friends anymore. She grew up in a very wealthy family. Her mother's last name is literally on a building in my city. Attended private school. Has a master's degree in early childhood education and had every opportunity handed to her and still insists on acting like trash. Probably because she can afford to. We were shopping at the mall. We went into a little store and she asked if I could hold something in my bag for her, thinking it was her wallet or something. I said yes. I turned around and realized she was asking me to put stolen merchandise in my bag. I immediately closed my bag and left her there with said item. There was no way I was getting caught with that crap on me and getting the blame. I ended that friendship then and there. That kind of thing is the reason why I respond "it depends" whenever someone asks me to do something for them. I'm not committing to whatever bullshittery they had in mind until I know exactly what it is. One that really disturbed me was when I told a friend I couldn't trust them anymore because they'd betrayed me too many times. Instead of trying to apologize, they chuckled and said that was fine, fully expecting us to continue being friends. They seemed to have no recognition of the fact that betraying people is a bad thing to do. It was a bit creepy. When best friend at the time got a BJ from his niece, who was my wife at the time. We had just recently separated. Yep, you read that right. Why were you best friends with her uncle-in-law though? I had to stop her from drowning her cat in a kiddie pool. We were like 7 at the time. I wonder whatever happened to her. I found out that a friend of many years watched and shared a video of a drunk and passed out co-worker being undressed, posed and mocked. I never saw the video, but it was a fairly big deal at our small company, and the woman that it happened to kind of downplayed the incident as boys being boys, but she was clearly very humiliated by the whole experience. My friend and I were fishing with a group of friends a couple of years after the video was filmed, and I walked up on him showing the video to others in our group with one stating, "Oh, I remember when you sent me this. It's so fricked up." They then began imitating the video and making fun of the woman's weight. I packed up and headed out immediately and said, "Friend and I are basically just FB acquaintances now. Good for you. There's no need for people like that in your life." Animal cruelty. I was one driving with a friend who saw a group of ducks crossing the road in front of us. We had enough time to stop, but we sped up. I can still remember him laughing at the thumps, and I felt sick. We haven't hung out in years and I can still remember that sound. I'm so sorry. I can't even describe how horrible you must feel about that. That guy did not deserve to be friends with anyone if he acts that way. I hope he doesn't have any pets. She and her then husband took their 2 young sons with them to an orgy at their client's house. After she divorced husband, she got with a mentally unstable alcoholic as frick dude that pulled a loaded gun to her head in front of her son. He's arrested, she dumps him till he's let out of jail and gets right back with him. There's a lot more insanity, but those were the 2 things that made me step away from that person. Frickin' yikes. That's not a broken moral compass. That's straight up insanity. This person's brain doesn't work as intended. Friend was really into disturbing kick group chats, and one time at a sleepover she began laughing. I curiously asked what she was laughing at. It was a video of a man decapitating a live snake and then proceeding to frick the snake's body through the hole where its head used to be. Was at an indoor playground for a kid's b-day party. He was turning 3, and most kids were around that age or a couple years older. My 2 kids were playing in the mess of pre-covered bodies. I was shooting the breeze and walking around with the birthday boy's dad. He's been a friend acquaintance for a few years by that point through family. We see a 2-year-old kid crying in a corner. He's losing it. He's Somali American. Pretty easy to point out his family. I quickly notice he's out of their sight line and vice versa. I lean in and tell him his family is over there. Well, the birthday boy's dad leans in and loudly yells, "Shut the frick up." He then nudges my shoulder, laughs, and walks away. I flagged down one of the kid's older siblings and pointed him out, then moved on with my life. But I couldn't get over the way my friend treated a dang child. A dang toddler. Was it a power move? Was it a race thing? Was it all of it? Either way, it was a big red flag. I kept my distance from him other than amicable conversation till they moved away. The more I think about it, the more uncomfortable it makes me. Whoa, that's awful. Thank you for being kind. After not talking for months, my friend, X, called me at 7 AM crying about popping a tire and being stuck with her dogs. It was like -10 degrees, so I called in sick to work, drove to where she was, and bought a spare on the way. It turned out my jack wasn't for an SUV, so I went and bought one and came back, changed the tire while freezing my balls off. By the end I couldn't feel my hands or face. I honestly didn't expect a thank you and didn't care she didn't thank me. But when I got home I saw she made a long post on FB about some guy saving her life. It actually made me real happy. Until I saw it was about the homeless dude, who unsolicited, simply pointed to where I should put the jack. I did give him a 20 for the advice, and because holy crap, it was cold. She made a whole story up about a conversation that didn't happen. She never got out of the car, and actually made fun of me for giving money away when I hopped in the car. I still have absolutely no clue why she did any of this or how she benefited from lying here. She is high functioning on the autism spectrum, and she constantly blamed everything on it. Not being supportive, ignoring me and our other friend, won't let us have a say in plans. Sorry, I have autism. She never made an effort to correct the behavior or try to get our help with it. She just acted like having autism was a free pass to act however she wanted. He made crude comments to a woman walking alone around 11 PM. He had a couple of beers in him and we had left the bar to walk to another one about 5 blocks away. We are at a darker area of the walk and there was no one nearby, at least not in front of us. She went real quick from greeting us to getting a scared look on her face. I apologized for my friend. Told him to shut his dang mouth or I would deck his butt. We never even went to the other bar. I was just so pissed at him for needlessly scaring that poor gal. I talked to him the next day about it. He didn't see what the big deal was. She should have known he was joking. That was it after that. Never really hung out with him again. I am glad you responded the way you did so the poor woman did not continue to be scared. Got catfished, blackmailed, threatened, abused and used by an old friend, and they still wanted me to say sorry for venting to other people about what they did to me. It was a childhood friend who I lost contact with, but she and her family had a cat that they often allowed to get kittens. We asked her once what they did with the kittens when they were older and she told us daddy either sells them and those we can't sell, we drown in the fish pond. As a kid, I didn't fully understand what she meant with that. I was very little and couldn't imagine someone doing this, but my parents didn't let us go over there that often after that. But if you don't believe in God, what stops you from stealing things or committing murder? What stops me is an understanding of right and wrong, not a fear of divine retribution. This is especially concerning in a person who seems to be losing their faith. When they have no problem talking about other friends behind their back in a negative way, you can be certain they are doing it to you as well. He who gossips to you, gossips about you. A guy in a group I was involved with was quite the p-hound. Slept with everyone younger, older, whoever. Then came the time a member of the group who was blind and traveled a long way to an event went home with him and they had sex. Afterward she asked for a ride home as the buses weren't running, which he refused. She asked how she's supposed to get home then, and he replied, I don't know, and I don't care. He was rejected by the group after word got out about this. From then on, people in the group called him first name Frick over a blind chick last name whenever referencing him. Whenever he talks about work or some sort of side project, he never fails to bring up his love of money. He'll also interject how good he is at persuading people, aka manipulating them whenever the topic of business comes up. He's also flat out said how good he is at being fake towards people and has clearly stated he doesn't care about others as long as he gets what he wants. To make a long story short, I only ever talk to him when I can't physically avoid him. He's honestly a very off-putting person that used to be my best friend. People who claim to be good at persuading people or manipulating them tend to not really be good at those things. People who manipulate and persuade a lot of people tend to do it naturally. He tried to get me to look through my friend's messages. I had access to her account because she couldn't post one day, so she asked me to. It was during a fight and he tried to convince me that it wasn't a big deal. I had this friend, I stopped talking to her last year. She straight up admitted to not just encouraging sexual harassment but took part in it. Basically one of her frenemies told everyone what she and her BF did in the bedroom. But he is a very private person who doesn't go around telling people what he likes sexually. This is something I've discussed with him when he was a year or so ago. BC his ex did the same thing. Anyway, he got rightfully uncomfortable and did the right thing by saying so, and they all gave him crap over it, making sexual gestures, asking him for sexual favors, kink shaming him, etc. And when he got mad everyone acted like it was on him. I really felt for him, and when I brought it up to her that what she was doing was sexual harassment and not okay, she said yeah, but he didn't have to crack the chutes. She knew, and blamed him anyway. So gross. Well, she cheated on her husband with a trainer at the gym, so I would say that her moral compass is pretty broken. I knew her and her husband for several years. He is a pretty quiet guy, but overall seems nice. I knew her since college and I never would have guessed that she would have an affair. She told me that she deserved to have an affair because she deserved to be with someone hotter. When he started openly abusing his girlfriend and insulting her because she was bisexual, as well as just how he treated women in general, it just became clear he was a massive sexist, but it only came out in high school when he actually got into relationships. My friend has separate utensils and crockery for the working staff at her apartment, like the security guard, housekeeper, Cleaning lady and gardener all have separate utensils kept near the servant's restroom. Once I made tea for the guard and poured in the same mugs as us and she lost her crap. Her explanation was that we don't use the same things as our workers who are below us and gave a totally out of context Bible verse to explain slavery and how it's important to keep the working class below us. After that incident, me and my friends avoid hanging out with her and go to her apartment. We had a friend who we lived with who would go over and have sex with our neighbor who had a GF of over a year. She would come home and brag about it too. We also had a porch we would hang our hammock on, and a few of us when chilling saw the GF come over a few times and felt super conflicted about getting involved. I think the cheating neighbor is the butthole here. When I walked in on him with his hand down a boy's pants, I said, "What's going on here?" The boy looked shocked, said nothing. My friend nervously said I was just adjusting his clothes. I honestly cannot tell if you are discussing pedophilia or general homosexuality. When she sided with my abusive BF at the time and would say things to try to get us to fight and talk about how she recommended us having a threesome even though I stated I'd be too jealous. And she brought it up again later. And when she told me how when she was a kid the counselor diagnosed her with psychopathy. Then when that BF cheated on me and we broke up, she told me that he was her friend too and acted like I was crazy. I'm sorry to hear you got entangled in that mess. Amazingly, it is not rare. Hope you have moved on from it feeling better every year. He said a few iffy racial comments. I said, "Hey, that's not cool, dude." He said, "Why?" I said, "It's racist." He replied, "Yes, I am racist, you didn't know that?" We haven't really spoken much after because he got much more outspoken about his flawed views on racial topics from then on. My cat was sleeping under a rocking chair with her tail under one of the rocking legs. He said it would be funny if someone sat in the chair and rolled over her tail. I asked if that was supposed to be a joke and he started to reach for the chair to give it a rock. I've never kicked anyone out of my apartment faster than I did that day. I don't remember how the subject came up, but he saw no problem with torturing small animals for pleasure. Nothing I said could convince him that it was unethical. I distanced myself from him significantly after that. First signs of a serial killer right there. One of my friends was selling shirts for a college organization. We're both into our organization and other closely related organizations. When selling to everyone, he upcharged $7, and when our organization found out, people were pissed. I know it's small, but these are our closest friends and it seems morally wrong to make profit off of your closest friends. Someone I know did the same, if I remember rightly. He also tried to turn a profit buying food for a barbecue by charging his friends interest. Not cool. Just last week, two of them faked their addresses to get priority access to a covered vaccination. We're in Canada where supplies are still limited by age. There are exceptions made for certain medical conditions, or if you live in a neighborhood with high incidence homelessness etc. They found a clinic that didn't check the address. The majority of the clinic's clientele are homeless and as such have no address to check, dressed down and got their shots. They are work from home professionals with no special medical needs. They cut the line in front of people who are in real and imminent danger from this virus, just because they saw the opportunity. I've known them for decades, and I'm not sure that I still want to. I'm getting angry just typing this. When she was sleeping with a married man and tried to convince me it was ethically an A-OK arrangement since supposedly no one, her, his oblivious wife, his 3 kids, was any the worse for the cheating and lying. My BFF in college, loved her like a sister, never thought of her the same way after that. This happens to me a lot actually. One girl, Kayla, and I were friends for a long time. She always told me that her kid was taken away from her for living in a hotel room with too many people. She lived with her mom, her brother, and his girlfriend. Turns out that she wasn't properly feeding her kid. Like she was so badly malnourished when she brought her in for a checkup at the doctor's office that they took her from her shortly after. When I found this out and asked her about it, she said, well, yeah, she was malnourished, but it's because she has the same eating disorder I have. Her baby was like 7 months old and apparently had an eating disorder. Dropped that one like a dead limb. Had another friend, Nate. We all hung out together, me, him, and our girlfriends became pretty close friends. But then he started to do really freaking weird abusive crap to his girlfriend. like dumping her and then say sorry I'm joking I love you, which at first seemed like teasing, but then one day me and my girlfriend were in my room and they were in my kitchen for a really long time, and we go to check on them and she's locked in my freaking closet and crying because he told her to stay in the closet because she's afraid of the dark and was claustrophobic. Nope dropped. I had a friend Ryan who was sweet and nice to me, but his ex messaged me and was telling me exactly what he was being charged with. Basically he stabbed her during a 3-way went wrong. I thought that was insane and couldn't see him doing it, and for months he swore he didn't do it, and he got the case dismissed by having his lawyer basically argue that she self-inflicted the wounds and dragged her through the mud with her medical history records of mental illness and self-harm. She just straight up stopped showing up to court. Well, one day we're on acid and he's like, hey, what would you say if I told you I really did stab her? And then he told me the whole story, how he meant to stab the guy in the 3-way because he was jealous of it because they were ignoring him. Nope. Dropped. I'm really glad that you have ditched these people, but WTF man, I don't know anyone like that in the first place. When I exposed his GF for cheating on him with a dude at a party that my friend threw, she was inside the washroom with the dude for an hour while my friend was passed out drunk in his room. He stopped talking to me a week later. This was my best friend of 12 years. When did you realize your friends were actually fake friends? Went to pick up my Xbox 360 a friend was borrowing, and our whole group of friends were there. They had spent the entire day playing games with snacks and pizza, and I had not been invited. And now I was in the situation of being the douche who takes the ball home and ruins the fun for everyone. I took my Xbox and never spoke to anyone in that group again. When I slowly realized I was only around for chores and errands, rides to the airport, pick up furniture, help move, anything social always resulted in either last-minute cancellations, showing up 45 minutes late and bolting after 10 minutes. I thought they were busy, but no. I feel this. I only recently realized how much I give in my friendships, that is, offer to do things for people, which doesn't bother me at all but still, and how absolutely bare minimum I get back. Back in my first year of college, I used to have a group of friends. Like 7 dudes with me included. We always hang out together and we used to have this group chat where we discuss about anything from class subjects to random things. After a year, I noticed that one of the guys, let's just call him Randy, keeps getting excluded, not invited in form to group hangout while they're talking smack behind his back, and the unofficial leader of the group actually made a whole new group chat, inviting everyone, myself included, except Randy without his knowledge. I know what it feels to be left out. I experienced that in middle school and it's really awful. I stopped hanging out with them and I starts hanging out with Randy. He's quite eccentric but a very good person at heart. We've been friends for more than 6 years, and he's still got my back. Good for you to be his friend. Most people would have been too cowardly to go against the group. I'm proud of you. So many people see others being excluded, bullied, and do nothing, mostly out of fear of being excluded themselves. They stopped inviting me to hang out. They would ask me to drive them to parties, but not invite me to go to the parties. They basically ghosted me for a while. They were once such amazing and important friends, but they gradually became really arrogant. It took a way longer than it should have to give up and find other people. When I was babysitting her kids, things were going great. We would hang out all the time, have movie nights and just talk and chill. But the second she no longer needed a babysitter was the second I got kicked to the curb. No explanation, not even a text back. Some people will act like your best friend until they no longer need you. They're lost though. When I was in school, all my friends and I did different A-levels. Despite us all having different lessons to each other, they would wait for each other to go to lunch together. But they would always forget me. Like I'd come out and they wouldn't be there, so I'd have lunch by myself. And then they'd come back and tell me they thought I was with them. I was the only one they didn't wait for. I've only seen one of them since we left school. She had forgotten my name, so that sucked. That happened to me. One time my friends all sat at a lunch table that was full and I was sat on one that was completely empty, and so I asked them to come sit by me and they said no. Those people suck. When I traded in my truck for a smaller, more eco-friendly vehicle, communication plummeted now that I can't haul furniture around, assist with moving as much, dispose of garbage. etc. Some people just use you for the stuff you have, and that is the worst type of people ever. When I went through a divorce and was down to $700, most difficult period, and weeded out all those who friended me for my generosity because I was well settled, started over and have like 2 true good friends. 2 real friends is better than 100 fake friends. Hope you're doing well. I was invited to the bachelorette party for one of the friends in this group. While at the party, I figured out that I was the only person not invited to the wedding. I had been invited to the party because they needed another person to chip in for expenses. I flew out to support a friend going through a messy divorce. While I was there, she left me in the apartment to meet up with her boyfriend that I didn't know about. He turned out to have just been released from prison for manslaughter. Once she told me that, I told her that I didn't want to spend time with him, especially considering the circumstances of my visit. The next night, I woke up in the middle of the night to find him in the living room. She said that she thought it wouldn't matter since I was asleep. The next day, she invited her soon-to-be ex-husband over without telling me and then asked me to meditate their conversation once he got there. That conversation turned ugly fast, and she ended up storming out. He broke down and asked if I thought it was salvageable, and I told him that she had already moved on. Maybe not the best idea on my part, but at that point, she had shown me how vile of a person she is. He broke down and asked if I thought it was salvageable, and I told him that she had already moved on. Maybe not the best idea on my part. No, it was the right idea. You were being a good friend to that guy. This was also when I realized who were my friends and who weren't. We were supposed to go to a tour and we saved our money and pooled them. Fake friends told me they had to cancel the plan because ticket prices got too high. Told me to wait a few days to get my money back. Real friends asked me why I bailed on them and were worried that I had an emergency. Turns out my fake friends didn't want me to come and instead would use my money for their booze and told everyone else that I bailed out and took my money back so everyone else would give more for their booze allowance. That friendship ended, and I also learned my fake friends were alcoholics and weren't strangers to freaking over people to get what they want. Today one of them is alive. Their alcoholism ruined their lives and some even died from it. One friend stopped replying to my texts right after we graduated from college. Like the same week we graduated. So, I was pretty much just a study buddy that they kept close to keep me helping them. This is basically all of the friends I made at various points in college. As soon as we don't see each other 3x a week, they fade away. I get they're busy, but I didn't realize making lasting friendships as an adult would be so difficult. My friends from high school all unfollowed me when I graduated college. I'm the only one who no longer lives in our hometown. Consider that a badge of honor. The group made plans to meet and hang out. I was getting ready in the salon. A couple of friends had to back out for some reason. The other friend then made excuses of his own, and I could tell. I tried cajoling him and offer ways for him to go, but he basically decided to cancel the entire group meetup. It was my birthday. Shortly realized after quitting that a majority of my friends only kept me around so they could feel better about their own habits. I was heavily addicted and setting myself down a path I never once thought I could or would take. Stopped for my own benefit and health, and was treated like a selfish piece of crap for doing so. The next month ensued and not one of them checked in to see how I was doing, but instead my high school best friend started sleeping with my ex-high school girlfriend. I was with her for 5 years and actually thought I was going to marry her at one point, who dumped me for doing and is now an honorary member of the group I was cast out of, replaced with the person who partially fueled my substance abuse, who dumped me for substance abuse, by the group that didn't like me stopping my substance abuse, so they could all abuse substances together. It's now been over a year since I quit, and honestly couldn't be happier. Got rid of a addiction and about 1,000 pounds of dead weight, but it was an eye-opener to say the least. Man, I would have swore I wrote this if I knew I didn't. Quitting makes your pockets heavier, your sinuses and mind clearer, and your phone suddenly gets very light. I wouldn't say I have fake friends, but I am definitely the periphery friend. The majority of the time if there isn't enough tickets or space in the car for everyone to go do something, I'm the one who gets cut out. It doesn't bother me much, but I wish they would be more mindful when talking to me about things we have done. Remember when we went to see XXX? Wasn't that fun? Well, no, because I wasn't invited. In those situations it usually gets awkward, or they say, hey, we would have invited you if we had the tickets, space, etc. When I returned to work after being off for 3 months due to an injury, and I practically begged them to go grab a beer and do pub trivia, but all 3 of them passed because they had plans. Well, it turns out their plans were to go grab a beer and do pub trivia without me. Found out through social media. Deleted it shortly afterwards. I've been a lot less depressed about things since I've deleted social media and stopped looking at them as friends and just as work acquaintances. It took that for me to realize that the friendships were really one-sided, and I'm better off not pursuing anything other than being cordial at work. This was quite a few years ago. My ex and I were really friendly with another couple. Did a ton of stuff together. Then they moved, not far, and fairly shortly after my ex and I separated. They hung out with me for a few months but then stopped calling. A few years later, I ran into both of them at a race, an ultramarathon, and they both pretended like they didn't know me. That was actually a really painful moment. I just posted something similar. When I was married, we were in a friend group with 3 other couples on our street. My ex cheated and we divorced. The group kept inviting both of us to the same events because they didn't want to pick sides. I moved out of the neighborhood and realized they were proximity friends, not real friends. That hurt a lot. This friend, I'll call her Mary, had kids the same age as mine. We got together for play dates pretty often, and our kids would sleep over at each other's houses for weekends. I liked Mary. We would often visit and talk while our kids were playing. One weekend, her kids had stayed at my house. The older one called her mom to see when she was coming to pick her up. I was in the room, and the kid put the phone on speaker for some reason. Mary told the kid what time she would be there and added, "You had better be waiting outside. If I have to go in and spend the next hour talking to Robertum, I'm going to be really pee." We didn't spend much time together after that. I think this is especially crappy. Mom friends are hard enough to find, then to realize that they didn't even want to hang with you. And because your kiddos are friends, you don't necessarily want to blow that up by calling the fake mom friend out. I tried to have mom friends, but it failed 3 times, and that was enough for me. Ooh off. This one hurt. When I was married, we had a friend group of 3 couples from our street. We went to football games, trips to the beach, and spent holidays at each other's homes. After the divorce, I went traveling for a year, then moved to a condo downtown in our city. I'd had lunch with the wives after returning from traveling. I thought we were still friends. I was sitting on my 2nd floor balcony of my new condo one night about 8 p.m. and saw them walking down the street. I said, "Hi, so good to see you." They'd all been out to dinner and were headed to another couple's apartment who had moved downtown while their house was being renovated for a quick drink. I was excited to see them and asked them to stop by on their way back to where they'd parked. I tidied up my place and anxiously awaited seeing my old pals. I was texting with one of the ladies during the wait. About 9 p.m. I saw them walking and chatting back towards my place. They couldn't see me. When they got close to my balcony, they stopped talking and walked quickly and quietly by, then started laughing and talking after they passed. The one I'd been texted with while I waited sent me a text an hour later saying they were just now leaving the other friend's place and it was too late to stop by. I replied that I'd seen them when they left. I never spoke to any of them again, even though they tried to be friends on Facebook. I wasn't hurt that they couldn't stop by on short notice. It was that they made me a joke and it really hurt. TLDR. Don't expect to stay friends with couples you were friends with when you were part of a couple. See? When you lose your worth to them. For instance, you are going through a dark period in your life, then they just leave like you are a worthless bag of dust. Feeling like this now with a breakup. Crap really hurts. I was at a party, really depressed after a bad breakup and got drunk. My abusive ex showed up, caught me somewhere alone and hit me. I begged several friends for help since I was too drunk to drive home alone and they ignored me. My ex-best friend was there, completely sober, and refused to drive home with me because she didn't believe he would do that. There's no Uber or anything in my country BTW. The whole thing escalated. One guy I didn't know ended up finding me alone in a field crying and throwing up. Brought me back to the house. Built a bed out of blankets for me and sat guard all night to make sure my ex wouldn't do anything again. My so-called friends invited me to a party, and then at the last moment, they texted the group that no one's coming and the party is cancelled. Well, they had the party that day. Everyone went there. They just had decided they didn't want me there cause I was boring and not a fun person. So they told me that there was no party happening. It hurts a lot. It was a terrible day for me. Correction. They thought you were boring and not a fun person. It doesn't mean you are those things. When you try to open up and try to share a genuine conversation about something going on in your life and all they can do is crack jokes and try to get you to go out drinking with them. Made me realize how surface level many friendships really are. Then you have the opposite of that. 3 guys I've known since I was a freshman in high school. Been friends for over 15 years. Have stayed in touch through all of us getting married, having kids, and moving to completely separate areas of the country. Yet whenever we're within an hour of each other we always make a point to get breakfast and catch up. This usually turns into 3+ hour conversations. This may only happen once or twice a year, but I consider those guys my best friends. That's real friendship and I'm fortunate to have them. When I got sober, 7 months today. When they ghosted me after 17 years of close friendship, I still have no idea what I did wrong. And for extra salt in the wound, it was right after I spent a week eating instant noodles because I donated every cent I had to one of them for her cancer treatment GoFundMe. Hurt more than any relationship breakup. They would invite each other to places in front of me and not include me in the slightest. When I ditched them they didn't know how to take it. LOL. LOL, they had taken you for granted. Often when these people, ones who were taken for granted, give them a taste of their own medicine they can't stand it. You know, hurt their ego and stuff. Like I suspect for a lot of people, getting divorced was a real eye-opener. I started with a core group of close friends who had all met in our late teens, early 20s, and one of them introduced me to the woman who I would ultimately marry. Well into our 40s they were what I considered to be my family, but when the divorce happened things spiraled. My best friend stuck with me, but his wife was the one who orchestrated things in our group and she was best friends with my ex. I was expecting the two of them to insulate for a while and I knew it was painful for my ex to be around me, so it was no surprise when I stopped getting invitations to cookouts etc. But then I noticed that the other members of the group were also avoiding ignoring me. I'd see on Facebook that one of them came into my town to go to a concert for a band that they knew I liked and hadn't so much as texted. Birthdays rolled around and nobody would call. When my parents both died within a few months of each other and not a one of them reached out, I knew where I stood. My best friend needs to get credit though. Alone from all of them, he made a consistent effort to stay in touch and see me regularly. He was there when my parents died and through everything else, even though his wife clearly disapproved. I think finally after this nonsense had been going on for several years he told her how ridiculous it all seemed and that entire friend group tried to reconcile. I made it clear right from the start that there was no guarantee that I'd ever find space for them in my life again. This is all very apropos right now because they are having their first big post-COVID party in a couple weeks and I'm invited. People are coming in from all over the country and the only one I give a crap about seeing is my buddy. I made the mistake of getting into a serious relationship with my best friend's girlfriend's best friend. Never again. When they abandoned me when I was going through a rough time. When I spent years listening and supporting them. When I have my first true moment where I am not coping and need support. They are nowhere to be seen and bitching behind my back. This is when I realized my high school friends never had grown up past high school. Luckily I had other friends. Just not a large girl group like that. But I can actually say that every friend I have, I know they have my back and won't judge me if I am not always happy. And the same for me. I have always had very high expectations of myself as a friend and I feel that everyone I call a friend is someone that brings something special to my life. That is worth more than having a huge group of bitchy girlfriends who turn on each other when they are out of the room. It took me a long time to realize it though. My best friend of 10 years called on my wedding day to say she couldn't make it because she was just so sad about her recent divorce. Turns out, she just had a date. Our whole friendship was fake. It just took me to that point to realize it. Bro, what a bee. When I realized literally just being in the same room as that person made me miserable. It's because the person was extremely self-conscious, to the point that they would overcompensate by putting others down every little chance they had, to make themselves feel above. I kept wondering why they would keep throwing me under the bus for no reason, like we had been friends for years. Why would they treat me like this? It took me years to figure out exactly how bad of a friend they were, no matter how hard they pretend not to be. It took me an entire year of ghosting to stop being friends with that person, because they loved putting me down so much they wouldn't stop calling me, texting me, trying to contact me for a year with no responses because they could not understand how someone could possibly want to stop hanging out with them because they are so perfect. I know someone like that. He was an egomaniac who supposedly is never wrong. He abused the crap out of me. I cut him off my life and realized how miserable I was when I was with him. One friend at university tried to steal my animation coursework, claim it as his own and get me kicked out for stealing his work. However, I had help setting things up by one of my tutor's professors for me to film the coursework, so he instead got expelled and blacklisted from the university and any other university in the UK doing the same subject. The people running all the animation degrees in every university in the UK back then knew each other and talked to each other regularly as it a small community. I think there were less than half a dozen universities with animation degrees back then. This was 20ish years ago now. My friends made a Facebook account for a fake girl who was transferring to our school and full on catfished me, only revealing it was a scam when I arrived at a movie theater to meet her. Was I dumb? Yes. Were they crappy? Undoubtedly. I've read a lot of crap here that they didn't care about me, they forgot me, and I ran out of C. But this right here is straight malicious intent. Those people are the freaking worst. For me, it was when I got in some deep trouble and they all just cast me aside without even giving it a second thought. I realized this when I invited all of them to go to the movies with me and they all said they couldn't go. I then found out through one of them that they went to see that movie the same day, and when I asked them why they didn't tell me they were going, they said, "We just wanted to go together." Crap, broke my heart. I've been there, and it sucks. But it reminds me of the song Hurt Feelings by the Flight of the Conchords. I stopped smoking weed and they stopped coming round. This is a lesson that every smoker learns after a while. Some friends are only friends that you smoke with. A good rule of thumb is to do things together where you're not smoking. If that works, then you are probably real friends and not just together for smoking. This is a good post because it has the potential to help a lot of people. In college, I remember hanging out with a group of people like the ones on this thread. They were also my roommates for 3 years. Every year, we'd throw a fun party for everyone's birthday but mine. They didn't even know when mine was. After I graduated and looked back on it, I realized they were never my friends. I don't even hear from them anymore. I spent 4 years socializing with the wrong people, and if I had just hung out with the people that I had led to believe were nerds or annoying, or who I had more things in common with, I would likely have had a much more fun time in undergrad. Good thing I have much better friends than just the ones I made back then. For anyone who's quite young reading this, or just leaving college, don't confuse fake friends for people becoming adults. It's extremely normal for adults to lose touch with older, close friends due to life circumstances, children, distance, work, etc. That doesn't mean they're fake friends, it just means they have higher priorities than hanging out chatting than they used to. You'll often find those fake friends are happy to see you when either they or you make it easy convenient. That may be frustrating, but it's a normal part of growing up and likely something you'll do too. P.S. The post-college bit is the most jarring because everyone becomes an adult at a different pace. So people drop off, and if you're not ready yet, it can seem like people are dropping you as a friend. Just make it easy for them and you'll very likely pick things up right where they left off. What is the biggest backstab a friend has done to you? I personally don't have a good one, but if you were to ask my great grandfather when he was alive, it was when his best friend sold him out to the Nazis over a girl. He spent several years in Buchenwald and more thaws and cause of that. When I was a little kid, My best friend stole all my Polly Pockets and gave them to another girl because she wanted a new best friend. Freaking W. Polly Pockets. Those were the crap back then. I had 2 friends over on a weekend. My parents were gone. They knew about it and it was fine. I was 17 and they were both 16. After we went to bed, one of my friends got up and let a girl and that came over to see him. She was 14 and had a crush on him. He gave her a bottle of champagne my parents got on their wedding night. It was 25 years old. He got her drunk on that and some whiskey. They had sex and fell asleep. The next morning her dad was pounding on my door screaming about the cops and killing me. I opened the door and told him I didn't know him or his daughter. She came out and left with him. He took her to the hospital and they did a rape kit. She didn't remember having sex. The cops talked to my 2 friends and one said we were asleep and the one that had sex with the girl told the cops he thought I woke up and let the girl in and had sex with her. Cops showed up at my work and arrested me. My friend used a condom with the girl so there was no DNA. I got to spend the night in jail. I wouldn't talk without a lawyer and it peed them off something horrible. The girl remembered having sex with my friend and that I was asleep the entire time in a different room and so was my other friend. They dropped the charges and let me go. They arrested my friend that slept with a girl for giving a false statement and a few related things. Her dad had to be restrained because he wanted me thrown in jail. I was 17 so I was the only one old enough to be charged with statutory rape. He wouldn't accept it when the cops told him that they had to be sexual contact for that. I didn't have a job anymore even after the cops had to go apologize and explain what happened. They made a huge scene when they arrested me because they thought a 17-year-old had raped a 14-year-old drunk girl. I also found out that when you get charged with a felony as an adult it doesn't go away when they drop the charges. It was a long and expensive pain in the butt to get my record cleaned up so I could pass a background check. When I was around 16 I came out to my best friend as bisexual. I have been attracted to women since a very young age. AMD was ready to open myself to a same-sex relationship. A week later all of our friends were being particularly nasty to me and I couldn't figure out why. Turns out my best friend had told everyone she was bisexual and that I hated her because of it. She also told a whole heap of other seriously fricked up lies over the years, but this one took the cake. That is vicious. When I was in 5th grade, I'd walk to school with my 3 friends. One day, there were 4 of us. Not odd because sometimes someone joined us. About halfway to school, one of my friends said, "Okay, stop." Pointed to the new guy and said now, this new guy, who was way stronger than me, beat me up. When I was on the ground, my now ex-friend walked up and explained that I'd pee him off. He explained what it was, but I've forgotten since. But I recall it was petty, so he got the other guy to beat me up. By the way, our other mutual friend stood there looking very guilty the whole time. So, I stayed on the ground as they walked away, got up when I knew they were gone, went to school and got through the day. Never spoke to them again except in passing in high school. In high school reunions, I've had the opportunity to ask why that happened, but some things are just so beyond you leave them alone. However, the guy who looked guilty has always been over friendly to me. I think he still has regrets for letting that happen, because he didn't stay friends with the other guy for long after that. A friend went on vacation to Florida. A group of other friends burglarized his home. They blamed me for robbing him. Little did they know that I was gone to Texas when this all occurred. Frick them. A few years ago I had an iMac that I was selling because I had just bought a fancy new PC that I was going to use for gaming. I had it listed on various sites for around $1,800, which was a fair asking price for the model at the time, and had gotten a few bites, nothing concrete. Then, friend of mine asked if he could buy it, and he asked if I could do a mates rates deal for him. Being a good friend, I obliged and sold it to him for $1,500. It was a little less than I wanted, but hey, it's only money and I was happy to see it go to a friend. Not 2 weeks later I ask him how his new iMac is going, and he tells me that he sold it for $1,850, making a cool $350 profit. When I asked him why he sold it after asking for mates rates, he said yeah, but I never said I was going to keep it. Total scumbag. I later learned he's the kind of person who'd sell his own mother for a 10% discount. I like the people trying to defend him. Yeah, it's fine he resold it, but he used you for a quick buck, which is fricked. She started fricking my then husband and then lied about it. When my marriage was falling apart, I confided in her. She turned around and told him everything I had said. I'm glad to be rid of them both. My best friend let me crash with her after I was able to escape an abusive and nearly deadly relationship. She was married and while her husband was deployed, she cheated. He found out. I'm guessing the neighbors tipped him off since they knew him well enough and she was convinced I had told him. So she kicked me out, then proceeded to go to my ex-abuser's work and tell him where I was. The depend epitomus. Fickle creatures who will even eat their children if they think it will benefit them. I was friends with the only girl in my school who wasn't white. We loved hanging out together. The only time I was sent to the principal's office was because I punched a girl who was making fun of her skin and hair. The next year another girl enrolled with a similar skin color. I noticed that she didn't invite me over anymore and only talked to me in group discussions in class. When I asked why she didn't want to hang out anymore, she told me because I found someone more like me. That's really sad. I met this girl who was a friend of a friend. Seemed like a sweet girl, a few years younger than me. We ended up becoming friends. It turned out she was pregnant and in a terrible living situation. Like, the roaches were trying to eat her at night bad. No way I could let her stay there, let alone bring a newborn there. So we made a deal. I needed someone to watch my kids while I was at work, keep the house picked up, make sure the kids were fed etc etc. She came to live with me and my 2 kids with the understanding that she would take care of the kids in the house while me and so were working full time. I bought everything the baby needed, was there when he was born, helped teach her how to take care of him, got her clothes and everything she needed, far above and beyond our deal. It wasn't long at all before she wasn't doing any of the things she was supposed to. She'd cook for herself and leave my kids to fend for themselves while she laid in her room and watched Netflix. She'd trash the house and never clean it. I, of course, got sick of it and gave her a month and a half notice to find a job, somewhere else to live, and get out. Needless to say, she never bothered to look for a job. She seemed surprised when I did indeed kick her butt out right before Christmas, which I had bought her kid presents for. She ended up going to stay with her grandparents. Almost 6 months later, after refusing to talk to me all that time, she got a hold of me to tell me to gather up her things because she was going to have a couple men I'd never met come to my house and get them. B. What things? Aside from your clothes that you took with you, and the baby things that I bought for your kid that you also took with you. You don't have crap. Anything that could have possibly been hers was long gone. My home is not a storage locker. She blocked me on everything and badmouthed me to a few people, but everyone was already aware of how worthless she was, so I think I'm still a little bitter. Several of my friends fricked the girl I was dating while I was dating her. What made it worse is that she was fricking them, but she wouldn't frick me. She confided in one of my friends, who subsequently told me that she could never have sex with someone as fat as me. She was basically fricking everyone but me. I later found out that I was her beard of sorts for her father. She had an unwanted pregnancy before we started dating, and her father would constantly grill her about whether or not she and I were having sex, so she could legitimately tell her father no because we weren't. But she loved fricking, so she was fricking a bunch of my friends instead. That's one of the dumbest rationalizations I've ever heard. My best friend acting inappropriately towards my boyfriend on a spring break trip, a trip that I wasn't on because I went home to visit my dog who was dying. Thankfully he told me about it and I was able to confront her. I still feel sick to my stomach when I think about it. Wow, crappy best friend. Nice boyfriend though. Happened a few months ago and just got the verdict a couple weeks ago. I'm 15 and a boy. I was friends with this guy. He was pretty clingy outside of school, always wanting to meet up. He's an only child and I guess that was why. He came round my house as we sometimes would, however he never mentioned a sleepover. He made up some bulls to stay round the night. In the night he went downstairs, stole my mum's credit card and bought £2,000 worth of stuff online. Now the prick has 7 months community service and everyone at school knows. Everyone at school knows. Well, That can be a worse punishment than trimming city lawns for a few months. That's for dang sure. I had 5 pieces of art from a school project physically stolen by another girl who had recently moved to our district. My best friend of 5 years took her side because they had recently become friends. I had evidence, and still do, that she took the pieces because she had posted replicas of them on her Instagram about a day after they had gone missing. My best friend ended up cornering me in a bathroom with 3 other girls and told me to leave the girl who had stolen my art alone. I went to the principal about it, but he made it obvious that he didn't care, and at that point I gave up. Never got anything back. The girls who cornered me ended up making a teacher hate me after telling the teacher I made it all up to get the girl in trouble. Whoa, that's fricked up. One of my wife's friends had been a total judgy bee since the start of things. This bee started a stream of drama that almost caused us to break up when we were dating. Skip ahead 2 years. I have to go pick up said friend from the airport and wife says of course that I am to be nice. Really? Be nice to that C? Well, I pick her up. I'm extra nice. And we actually have a good time just alking and hanging out. Finally I'm starting to see that maybe things could turn around and no drama. Boy was I wrong. My expectation was that she and I would get along and she would tell my girlfriend what a nice good guy I was if she even said anything. She goes to my girlfriend, now wife, and says I was flirting with her. I had no freaking interest in flirting with that C. I just did what the GF said and was nice. Active immediately after that. No longer welcome in my dang house. You say a bunch of lies and contrived crap about me first. Then I'm extra nice to the piece of crap and she thinks I'm flirting with her. With some days I think I should have become a monk. Roommate broke our lease and gave me a 1-week notice to move out because she didn't like having a dog. Next week on Snapchat her and her new roommates got a dog. Pretty sure that's illegal. She slept with a guy I was seeing who I really liked. Worst part was I told her everything about us. Probably laughing at me the entire time. This happened to me too. Best friend was screwing my boyfriend behind my back. I told her everything and she used it against me. In grade 5 we had a name the fish competition and the money went to the children's hospital. I entered the names Hope, Faith and Charity for the 3 fish. Shortly after I entered my names, I told my best friend the names I had entered for the fish. At the school assembly where they were announcing the winners, I knew I had a shot, so I was so excited when they said the winner of the Name the Fish competition, with the entered names of Hope, Faith, and Charity, is LJHN's friend. WTFO, she stole my names and won the prize, which was a 1 kilogram block of chocolate which she wasn't allowed to eat anyway because her mum had her on a strict diet because of her diabetes. To top the story off, knowing she had backstabbed me, she offered her chocolate to everyone else but me. Stupid hoe. My friend slept with my girlfriend on our prom night. Afterwards, the 2 of them ended up dating. The 2 of them somehow convinced our entire group of friends that I was the bad guy in the scenario, apparently because me being upset about it caused drama. I walked away from that entire group and haven't looked back since. That was 7 years ago. When I was young my group of friends all had a copy of Pokemon Ruby Sapphire Emerald, except one guy who I'll call Dan. Well, we are all out up to no good on a building site, sitting on scaffolding and playing some Pokemon. When Dan declares someone's coming, naturally we all leg it and I drop my Game Boy Advance in the process. We all make it to a safe spot and Dan heroically passes me my Game Boy that he picked up. However, Emerald was missing. He says it must have fallen out. I was just happy I didn't lose everything. So we get to school the next day and guess whose mother finally bought them Pokemon Emerald. I had no evidence so couldn't get my game back, but that was the beginning of the end of mine and Dan's friendship. We all have that one friend who likes to steal random crap. My best friend, who was best man at my wedding and had been my best mate since we were 12, convinced my wife to break up with me and be with him. They're married now and have 2 kids. I'm so sorry. If they were both willing to go through with it, you're better off without them in your life anyway. Let a good friend move in. She'd been caught in a DWI, lost her job, lost her apartment, was sleeping in her car in the middle of January. We begged a spare mattress from friends, gave her clothes, paid for food and cigarettes, didn't ask for rent or utility money, bought toys for her 2 kids. She said that when she was evicted, she pretty much lost everything. About the same time, my oldest dog was diagnosed with bone cancer. She was too old to go the amputation chemo route, so the decision was made to give her pain pills to keep her comfortable until the end. Fast forward 2 months. I go to give my dog her evening dose of meds, and the bottle of 120 pills I'd picked up at the vet 10 days earlier was empty. Took about 5 minutes to realize that my good friend, who was living rent and expenses free, was stealing my dying dog's painkillers. About 10 minutes after that, she was out on the sidewalk. Cigarettes. Whoa, you really are a good friend, not just paying for basics. Moved schools once. My first friend was this kid. He had a few friends but really was the loner type of kid. I was friends with mainly him at first. Throughout the year I made more. Eventually we weren't that good of friends. The girl he had a crush on said she had a crush on me, so that didn't help. One random day at the end of the year, we were all talking about how the year went. Told him how much I was thankful that he was my friend at the beginning of the year. Mofo stole my cell phone right out of my backpack during that conversation and I didn't know it. Found out later that day because somebody found it laying out in the parking lot. Dude called for his ride home on my phone and tossed it at the ground. I have no freaking clue why. I didn't talk to him again after that. Shortly after I started dating that girl though. Didn't even realize at the time that I was getting my revenge, lol. Man, that's so unexpected. All of it. Oh awesome. I have a recent one to tell you all. My friend and I both worked as managers at MCDs. I had been dealing with depression from my job, a very low income, and no hopes of going back to school for a career. If either myself or my boyfriend had tried, we wouldn't have had the funds to support ourselves. My friend was in university to become a surgeon. She came from a rich family. She honestly worked for extra spending money. Her boyfriend was about to go back to school as well and already had a high paying job. She had it pretty good and I was happy for her. We were all good friends. I eventually contacted an employment agency that with government funding helped people build their skills and work towards getting a better job. They didn't find you a job but they pushed you in the right direction and gave you the tools to succeed and the means to access jobs other people might not have known about. So I get hooked up with this sweet accounting administrator job, and I ask one of my bosses and my friend to be a positive reference. They both agreed. They went over what they would say roughly, and I went in for the interview. I nailed it. Everyone was super impressed, and at the end of the day I got a call back saying I got the job. I was practically in tears. I wouldn't be living paycheck to paycheck anymore. I had doubled my income, salary, office position, great benefits, vacation, you name it. On my second day, my employment consultant came to speak to both myself and my direct boss supervisor. As my boss leaves the room, the consultant says, just so you know, you should probably not use your second reference. And I'm like, what? She said it. It was bad. I sit down with my boss 2 months later and somehow the topic comes up. We went into a meeting room and closed the door and spoke about it, and she asked me our relationship. I told her we were good friends, worked amazing shifts together, had each other's backs at work and always did a great job. She ended up saying a lot of nasty crap about me and doing a complete 180 degrees mid-interview. My boss said it was so unlike my other references. They completely disregarded it and she ended up calling my employment consultant upset and angry that my friend had done that to me. Needless to say, a month later I calmly asked her about the reference she gave, and she went on a huge rant about not wanting to be a part of my drama and that I had better not bother our boyfriends about this, and if I contacted her again she would call the police. Psycho. TL. DR. Asked friend to be a positive reference so I could get out of poverty. She backstabbed me but thankfully I got the job anyway. Whoa. So happy for you though. I had a fucking amazing group of trusted friends. Some were from kindergarten. I left home at 17 because I was gay and everyone, not some or most but all, turned their backs when I visited. They were scared others would think them gay. I was home for mom's funeral. This is the main reason I stayed closeted for so long. I'm sorry, in my experience I got very lucky and all my friends love me regardless of my sexual preference. Copying from another thread I wrote this in. It was my freshman year. First water polo tournament ever. I got my period for the first time before my game and couldn't figure out how to get a tampon in. Like, you want me to stick stuff up there? Heck no. My mom was hours away and her phone was dead and my sister was out of the country. I hid in my hotel room's bathroom crying in anger and pain. And I thought my roommate, my best friend at the time, sympathized with me. She was consoling me and saying everything was going to be alright. So I told her to go ahead and tell the rest of the team I was sick and that I would catch a ride to the high school we were playing at with another parent, and she went on her merry way. After I managed to get a tampon in, I showed up about half an hour late to my team warming up and discovered that my supposed best friend had told the entire team, 20 or so teenage girls, freshman to senior and my 25-year-old male coach, that I couldn't get a tampon in and I was crying in the bathroom. Bad enough, right? Nope. A few weeks later at the lunch table she brings it up to the rest of my friends and laughs about it. About the fact that I was scared about my period and couldn't get a tampon in. Frick you Abby. Dude. Frick Abby. Tampons are scary AF. The first time, I had a somewhat similar situation where I was away at a swim meet my freshman year and the senior captain walked in on me sobbing in the locker room an hour beforehand. Girl was the real MVP. Had a scholarship for swimming in college and everything, and literally sat with me for 20 minutes and walked me through it. I was in college, and my relationship status turned rocky. I was depressed, working non-stop, or maybe I had just been fired. I can't even remember. I straight was about to break mentally. So naturally, my roommate and only real friend in the area decided to try and convince my girlfriend to leave me. This revelation, along with a couple other crap happenings, caused that mental break. I still haven't recovered fully from it. She's gone. He's gone. I'm back living with my parents, and try as I might, my brain just doesn't function like it used to. I'm not as quick-witted, not as humorous, not as anything. I feel as if I'm 60 years old, every day, and I'm convinced I'm going to die a failure, poor, alone, and unremarkable. Hugs. My mother was extremely abusive to me growing up, but what child doesn't want mommy to love them? So, on the eve of my 18th birthday, she was so sweet to me, talking, laughing and being nice to me. She would sometimes be upset, so it wasn't too surprising. She then put some very soothing Christian music on and told me that God loved me and he would forgive me anything, so it would be safe to confess my sins. Lulled by attention and her very coveted love, I told her I slept with my boyfriend and I felt like it was the wrong thing to do. She promised she wouldn't tell my dad. My daddy is my hero. I would never forgive myself if I let him down. She even promised she wouldn't tell my little brothers and sister. The next day, in a fit of rage at me for not cleaning the bathroom, she started to slap me while screaming for everyone to come here. She then told them everything, every gory detail. My siblings were 4, 8 and 13. I picked up my backpack and threw my 4/4 in it with a shirt and a pair of shorts and told her where she could fornicate. I'll never forget my daddy's face, holding my presents saying, "You can't leave without your presents, baby." He was crying. I walked across the El Paso desert and hitched a ride with a truck driver. I've never forgiven my mother. Of all of these posts, this made me the most sad. I really hope you're still in contact with your dad. Told a womanizer friend of mine to stay away from my ex. He doesn't. She keeps coming round. Friend and me were roomies, and stealthy screwing him. Both lie to me about it. If they would have at least told the truth, I would have gotten over it. Eventually she tries to get back with me and is constantly complaining about him to me. I point out that there is still semen on her clothes from earlier that day. I dated a hoe. LOL. I point out that there is still semen on her clothes from earlier that day. Classy. My best friend of 12 years wasn't just my best friend. He was my brother, as far as I was concerned, until he tried to steal $500 from me. I had thought he was getting into some scary drugs, because he suddenly started acting like a colossal dong to me for no reason, and a drug habit would explain the sudden douchiness and the stealing. I even talked to his mother, concerned that my buddy was struggling with an addiction. If he was sick, I wanted to help him, even if he hated me for it. I didn't want to see him end up in jail or dead. But nope, he was just a garden variety thief who yelled at me for tattling to his mom. A few years later, I found out from a mutual friend that he had fricked several of my girlfriends behind my back through the years and had recently bragged about never being caught doing it. Frick you, Steve. You traded a friend who had your back for life for a measly $500 and some trashy pee. Hope it was worth it, you prick. TLDR, I'm easy to take advantage of if you're someone I trust. People are docs. Sorry that happened to you. I called a friend up to wish her a happy birthday on the day and ask what she was doing for it. She said she was having a quiet night. Turns out she went out with 8 mutual friends and had a raging all-night party. They thought I had declined the invite. Still bitter about that. What are red flags in a friendship most people brush away? When you hang out with them, it feels like you're defusing a bomb when there's nothing going on right then. I had to let go of my best friend because of this. With my real friends, I could always just respond to a text message with the first thing I thought of. With this girl, I felt like I had to carefully consider what I was saying and then reword it several times before I could hit send because I didn't want to be dismissed or berated in any way. That's not friendship. Friends that only care to talk about their own success and aren't genuinely happy for you and yours unless it amounts to less than their own. Really jealous and possessive friends. I'm a jealous person by nature, and even though my jealousy flares up when I see my friends hanging out with other people, I would never let them know. Why? Because I don't want them to feel bad about doing the things they love. Having a social life outside my little world. If a person tries to box you up because they want you all to themselves, it's not a proof of love or companionship. True love, in any kind of relationship like friends, family, lovers, is shown by respect and allowing the other person to have free will. Friends who are good to you in one-on-one but constantly put you down in group settings. This is a big sign of insecurity, jealousy. Other signs: inappropriate attention-seeking behaviors, trying to twist the situation on you when confronted about things, not respecting your boundaries, is super friendly with new people but in a disingenuous I wanna be liked the most way. Constant gaslighting, getting mad at you for not going by the exact same moral playbook as them. When in group settings, they get really uncomfortable and try to change the subject or put you down extra if attention is on you. Acting like can take constructive feedback but actually taking it out on you in small ways throughout the rest of the day. Whoa, that's exactly what my high school best friend did to me. You see, you got a private message from them and your gut reaction is to start getting nervous or anxious. But what is it this time? This was happening with me for months before the friendship imploded. It was always something, and none of it good. Being dismissive of all your interests and achievements. Meanwhile, everything they do, no matter how mundane, is amazing. And then you bring this issue up and they give BS reasons like it's hard for me to care about something I don't know about, or even further, you're being sensitive, erratic, emotional, and you just sit there thinking, I'm sure glad I still attentively listened to all those times you bored me with your financial spreadsheets you made to decide what car you would buy. Having their dang phone in their face the whole time. If they do that, they don't want a friend, they want company. It's not the same. Yet despite this, can never seem to reply to your messages, lol. Friends who are always happy to talk about themselves but never once ask you how you're doing or anything engaging you to talk about yourself. Have a friend exactly like this. It's very annoying lately. Inability or unwillingness to apologize when he or she does something wrong. It's symptomatic of an ego issue that will eventually infect every aspect of your friendship. Feel this one. Had a friend like that who always managed to put the blame on me, and it made me so frustrated that at one point I snapped when a common friend of us experienced that same toxic behavior. She found out later and got super mad at me for trash talking her. LOL, maybe I am the bad guy. My best friend in high school once specifically requested for me to post a picture of us for National Best Friend Day, or some similar holiday. I asked if she'd be posting a picture of us too. No, I have a lot of best friends, but I'm your main best friend, so you should post a picture of us, was her response. The next couple years were full of backstabbing and gaslighting, complete with occasional fallings out until we finally stopped speaking. Looking back, I can't believe I didn't see it coming. Good riddance to her. That's awful that she said that to you, and I hope you've better, more considerate people in your life to appreciate you. Reading these comments are helping to calm my anxieties about whether or not I'm a good friend, so thanks for that y'all. Another sign of a bad friend is no self-reflection. Sounds like you don't fall into that category either. They don't ask about you, they just turn every conversation about themselves. When you talk about exams, they don't ask you how you did, they just talk about themselves. When you talk about not sleeping well, they talk about how they didn't sleep. When you tell them you broke up with your so, they talk about their so, etc. Some people think that that is how you show empathy, by showing you have similar problems. It becomes a real problem when they combine it with being a topper. I slept awful last night, woke up at 3 and just gave up. Ugh, me too. I never did fall asleep and I just laid on the couch all night. When they push other people out of the friend group. It happened in my group where there were 5 of us. She joined and basically bullied 3 out of the group. But it wasn't obvious bullying. A lot of things change. Next thing I know, I'm being treated like crap to the point I hate myself. Me and my friend managed to leave and make friends with the original 5 again. The one that kicked everyone out is very social and no one RLY likes her BC. She's not nice, but she's now found herself with no friends. You'll gladly do a favor for them or help them out, but when you need something, they won't do it and act like you're ridiculous for asking. Also, when friends don't respect boundaries. Good vibes only friends. That mentality is fine to have with yourself, but you can't force that on others. My best friend adopted this attitude, and from then on, whenever I would come to her for support or advice on an issue I was having, she'd cut me off and say, good vibes only. Remember, because I was bringing her down. I put up with it for a long time because I thought she was right, that I was burdening her. But then I finally realized that that's not how real friends act. They're supposed to support and help each other. Referred to online as toxic positivity. Friends who constantly call you for advice but never take it and continue to involve you in their drama. If you're not going to make moves to improve your situation, stop asking me for help. Assholes. When they pressure you to do things for them or a certain way and act like you were on board the whole time. Coercion. They say they are holding you accountable to something you never wanted in the first place. Gaslighting. They take the high road when you get angry because they won't respect your boundaries. Play the victim. You just described my parents. Friends that are a one-way street. I was always the one to message, call, or make plans with them. I was always the one to check up on them to see if they were okay. I always offered a helping hand and be there for them. I decided to stop to see if they would reach out to me, but we never spoke to me again. Oh, well. I've got a friend who loves to talk about himself. Everything is always about him. So, when I'm out with my friends and he's in our group, we created a game where you have to drink every time he starts a conversation about himself. It's made it a lot more tolerable. They never say anything supportive of you, but they will point out your flaws and can't wait to burn you because it's funny to them. And then the follow-up of "you're too sensitive, it's just joking." I had a friend like that. When I started distancing myself from her and that group of friends, I became the bee that never wanted to hang out even though I had no life. Good freaking riddance. When you realize that you are more yourself when they are not around. Conditional friendship. We're friends until I question you in the slightest way, and if I do, the relationship is tanked. Source. Happened to me yesterday. Goodbye as fuck. When they refuse to validate you, compliment you. When you tell them your accomplishment or something you're proud of, they reply with what they did to devalue your thing. Friends who say they'll help you out, but bail when you reach out. Friends who forget to invite you or text you back about events, parties. Friends who undermine what you say in group settings. That is, you tell a story or make a comment and they correct you in some way. I have friends like this, but it prevents them from being good friends. Having to censor yourself. I have friends with different religious political beliefs that I think are absolutely insane. I don't endorse what they say, but I just keep my mouth shut because I know they wouldn't be okay with it, and the purpose of these friendships usually revolve around sports music. With politics I'll openly criticize, but I have some religious friends where at some point I've had to be like, we don't agree on this, but neither of us are going to change our opinions, so let's avoid it. This is subtle and a bit counterintuitive, but beware of the rescue martyr. The person that's always rushing out to help and give everyone else their all, whether or not it's needed or whether the recipient is comfortable with it. They are good people, very well intentioned and saintly in their generosity with their time and energy. However, sometimes it goes to the extreme and then it's more a symptom of a toxic cycle where they only get meaning and self-worth when they are saving someone. Or maybe they keep swooping into other people's lives to fix things in hopes that someone will do the same for them. They may have good intentions, but they tend not to have good boundaries. They get over involved in your life, take on way too much and make everyone's problems their own. They end up overwhelmed, mired in drama, and resentful, and then they become the martyr. The problem with being friends with this type of person is that you're not in an equal friendship where you like each other, enjoy spending time with each other, and when there happen to be downs, you support each other through them. It's more like you're a project. Everyone's a project. And once you stop being a project, you're now support. Not just for them and their own problems, but part of the fire brigade for their other projects, which they've internalized as their own problems and drama. You leave their presence feeling worse about yourself, mostly because they will have an excuse for what they say. When you ask them for anything, they are busy, but they will demand things from you. Most people also brush away that they will demand a lot of attention. They choose where and when to meet for plans without your input, then act entitled if you are busy or simply can't meet their demands. If you tell your friend that you like a person and you two are hanging out, then out of nowhere they start to talk to the person 24/7 and then tell you that they like the person and gets jealous if anyone else starts to talk to that person. Pretty toxic to me, but yeah. This happened to me in secondary school. They started going out and our friendship fell apart. 15 years later they're married, so it was probably for the best in the long run. If you have had a friend for a long time, but you only seem to be able to talk about memories in the past, each time you get together or exchange messages, it's remember in high school, or remember that time when, could be a sign that you both have grown apart and do not have much in common today that you can connect on. I have a friend who does this, except they have become wild exaggerations to the point they are no longer true. Personally, I've always had bad experiences with people who say everyone is their best friend. When my best friend in high school started calling 10 different people including me her best friend, that was when I knew I was just an accessory, and she was trying to surround herself with people to love her. I'm sure some instances it holds true, but for me, if I decide to keep someone in my life, they are generally in for the long haul. So now in my late 20s I have 7 people I'd consider my best friends. I don't think it's necessarily a red flag if they have a lot of best friends, but if their best friends cycle out constantly, that's a different story. A friend of mine has been making fun of me for years. Just made fun of me whenever I said anything, even if I was serious. Didn't realize how much it's affected my self-esteem until I actually got really angry at her for something else and no longer considered her a friend. Also, she's mentally unstable. Now that's okay, and as her friends we want to help her with that, but she's not giving us a chance to do so. She just flips her crap and expects everyone to adapt to her. The real problem is that she hasn't changed. The same crap's been happening for years and she's apparently not trying to work on herself in that regard, still expecting us to just accept whatever BS she throws at us. So frick her. Friends who guilt trip you for never hanging out with them but always flake at the last minute when you do plan to meet. Repeatedly have to put effort into maintaining the friendship. Understandable if someone is busy, but it gets to a point when it just becomes a one-sided relationship. They're constantly on their phone messaging people or talk about people they speak to, but can never seem to reply to your messages. If the only jokes they're able to make are ones that make fun of other people, it's always a ticking time bomb with people like this, and one day they'll suddenly turn against you without warning. Giving you random gifts to make up for sustained crappy behavior and making friendship transactional. Like, I don't want your junk, I want you to quit being an butt. If they post about having a bad day but never answer anyone asking why. Friend FK this day. I'm so sick of this. 5 different people in comments, what happened? Friend message me, nothing, or no response. You decide to message, you get, just had a bad day, and then nothing, or get nothing at all. Or they tell you they'll tell you later. They won't tell you later. Chances are absolutely nothing actually happened. As a rule, I won't engage this nonsense. It's passive aggressive AF. Someone who is all nice, great, attentive, supportive, etc. when you are alone but acts differently when other people are around. Don't make excuses for your friend. This is 100% uncool. At the very least, it shows some bad insecurities on their part. At worst, it's a sign they are genuinely using you. I mean, this can depend. If I am talking to someone alone about a personal problem, then they'll obviously act very understanding and nice. However, when we're in a group, we're likely not talking about any personal issues, so I tend to act differently. I do get what you're saying though. The ones who create and constantly dominate group chats. My circle of friends was actually severed in half because of this. Friend brings in another friend and she starts dominating everything. My mate stole from me for years. I refused to believe it until he stole the money we received at our wedding. He then tried to bluff his way out of it. I ignored it, and in the end I paid the ultimate price and lost basically a brother. He stole from others, including his real brother. I'm losing it just typing this. Having to comply with someone's opinion that you don't believe in. If you find yourself not getting along in an everyday way, that's a flag. If anything you'll do together is always steered towards what they want to do, it's easy to miss initially when you're getting to know their likes and interests. But once you know them, it becomes clear they are just using you as some kind of emotional physical accessory. I had a friend like this for a while. We always did what he wanted and he just wasn't always that interested in what I liked or enjoyed. Just sort of would rope me into whatever he wanted to do. I progressively got to the point where I felt like I was being used. After a while, he pressured me into sleeping over at his place. I obliged as we'd been drinking and I didn't feel great about driving home. He took my keys and said something to the effect of, "You'll get these back in the morning." He wanted me to sleep in his room with him and share a bed, which I've done before with many other guy friends, so it wasn't abnormal. However, it was the way he sort of said, "No, you're sleeping in my room," when I was laying on the couch, that made me uncomfortable. When we were in bed, he asked if I wanted to cuddle. I politely declined. But it also clicked for me then that I was only there to fill a need for him. If it had been one of my other close guy friends who reciprocated my interests and needs, I may have been comfortable with that. But I realized he wasn't interested in me for me, only in what I could provide him, i.e. emotional or physical attention. To be honest, I don't think it would have progressed beyond cuddling. I was in a relationship though, so I didn't want to ride that line. But it was the way he pressured me into the whole ordeal that made me feel used and uncomfortable. I peaced out the early next morning and kept my distance from him after that. Took me a while to work up the courage to tell my girlfriend about it because I felt stupid for being in that position and just generally feeling used. Moral of the story: respect yourself enough to watch out for your own interests and needs. Just because you want to be a friend to someone doesn't mean you have to be, and doesn't mean it's the best thing for you. They try to correct your personal preferences for you, bully you out of liking certain clothing, music, foods, art, etc. They'll often frame it as if they are doing you a favor. It's a sign of emotional immaturity when people treat others like play objects rather than human beings. When they try to heavily influence what you like. Had a friend who almost had a mental breakdown cause I wasn't playing Minecraft with default controls. It's legit annoying as frick, and there's a difference between being funny about it and then just being straight up mental about it. Not to sound morbid, but one day, I'm gonna die and I don't wanna spend my life giving a crap about stuff that nobody cares about. Making a personality out of this tray is incredibly childish. They won't make the effort to understand. You could be reaching over halfway across the table and they won't even try to reach for you. Serious, Reddit. When did you realize that you outgrew your friends? When they used us twice to watch their kids so they could go party with other friends. We also have kids and thought our old friends were coming to town to hang out with us. Nope. We were used as a place to stay and as a babysitter. Whoa, that's extra crappy. My wife and I have 2 kids and I couldn't imagine pulling something like that. Every activity consisted of getting crap-faced drunk on weekend nights. Anytime I brought up any activity that was in the morning or afternoon was always a no-go. When they never made plans around their work schedules. If they got invited to something they'd literally just not go to work and go with other friends. They are still bouncing from job to job and are living with friends' boyfriends. It never made sense to me and still doesn't. My ex was like this. I was P when he lost a job for a no-call no-show. He then claimed to be laid off 2 more times, but it turned out he was skipping work to play D&D with some friends. When I realized they only kept in touch so they could use my truck. Haven't heard from them since I told them they couldn't use my truck anymore and I'm okay with that. I cut ties with a larger group of friends when I got invited over to move a couch one day and not to the party they invited all our other friends to the next. I didn't come over to move the couch either, they made it sound like they wanted to chill. Then they hardly said a word and acted like I was imposing on their valuable Family Guy time after I helped them with their couch until I left. I quit drinking, which is by no means the reason I outgrew them. Sobriety doesn't necessarily translate to maturity, but I found that without drinking, there was a good chunk of people whose priorities were drinking that I really didn't have anything in common with other than drinking, and eventually we drifted apart. I miss them every once in a while, yeah, but for my own sake I don't regret making the call. A few months ago I was in my hometown and it happened some of my high school friends were too. So we all got together for dinner and they literally talked about all the same things they did in high school. Told the same jokes, gossiped about the same people. It was like we'd gone back 6-7 years in time. I just kinda realized I'd grown, changed, and moved on, but they hadn't. I have a couple friends like this. It's good to reminisce, but I don't want to talk about the same thing every single time we hang out. When I decided that I no longer want to live the same life as they do, and when I shifted my mindset from thinking and believing all the bitterness and negativity that they feed each other for years and instead went into completely opposite direction, that made us grow distant and made us cut ties very soon after that. And then they get mad like, what bro, too cool to get s-faced anymore. One of my friends still lives hand to mouth. He gets paid per day, construction industry, so if he's off sick or something he won't have enough money the following month. His middle child is around 17 now and is more studious than his other 2 kids, and has started to ask about university. My friend has no savings. I suck at saving were his exact words to us, so she's crap out of luck. We're all in our early mid-40s. Good schools offer a lot of money to low-income students. There's also Pell Grants. If she's serious about university and is a good student, she can research it herself and find a way to fund her education. When she would make fun of people right in front of them, we were in our late 20s and my friend would still be making fun of people who were awkward or nerdy like we were still 14. She would act like she was trying to be discreet, but the person could totally see she was doing it. This was something that would make me uncomfortable when we were teenagers, but I still found it hilarious. As an adult though, it made me sick to my stomach being a part of that kind of cruelty. I decided not to hang out with her anymore. People like to play off this realization as if it dawned on them that they have bad friends. For me, I like to think I gained a better understanding of my own personal situation in life and that I shoulder some of the blame for putting up with it for so long. It's not necessarily a bad person people grow away from. 2 people can start at one place but outgrow each other in different ways. When me and him started talking way less and started both getting new friends, I guess our interests just shifted into different directions. When I stopped trying to get drunk and late every day, sometimes the things my friends said and did bothered me. I have since found new friends through work, but sometimes we go out and I see my old friends sloppy drunk, still trying to pick up women. We pretend to be friends, but I think they know I'm not part of their group anymore. I wouldn't say I outgrew all my old friends, just one. He either didn't mature enough or didn't develop any new interests since I knew him in high school. Sure, I still love video games, superhero movies, anime, and other nerdy stuff in moderation, but I also like other things beyond that, and when I'd bring those things up in conversation he'd circle back to the old stuff. It gets old pretty fast. Yes, this too. I'd see my friends in college on breaks and it was still South Park and Family Guy and reciting Mel Brooks movies. year after year. They weren't interested in new things, only the same stuff from high school. I was the only person in my friend group who went away for college. The other 3 of them stayed in our hometown and all work, at Rite Aid. I got a job near where I grew up after law school, so I was able to see them more. The difference in our life experiences was painfully noticeable. They would gossip about drama surrounding their new 17-year-old cashier and worry about having enough money to get a new game coming out. Meanwhile, I am a new attorney navigating a challenging job, saving for the future, and student loan debt. We just couldn't relate at all. They're all good people and we're still friends. We can talk about video games if we happen to share an interest in a particular one, but catching up with each other's lives and talking about our problems feels like talking to a brick wall, and I'm sure it feels the same for them. We went a month without speaking and I realized it was the most drama-free month I had experienced in years. I still check in from time to time because I still cared despite myself, but I realized she was dragging me into her unhealthy patterns. Every week, there was a new drama. I began to realize she was creating these situations for herself. She wanted me to be her emotional Sherpa. I wanted to do better for myself. Caring from afar is much better for my mental health. I've been there. You'll eventually go beyond this point to where you don't care any longer. It's very freeing. Everyone was bitchy, had numerous mental health issues, and there were always problems with other members of the friend group. Not to mention, all activities revolved around alcohol and then later, weed. I stopped hanging out with them outside of school before they started smoking weed because I noticed that most of the alcohol at the parties was mine. I wasn't being paid for it, and by the end of the night, everyone was crying about how depressing their lives were. I decided I didn't want to be sad anymore and started focusing on more positive things. I also hate parties. It's better to abandon the sinking boat than to sink with it. When I left high school and all of them stopped communicating with me because they couldn't be bothered to, at least for me, my closer friends came from university. When they became increasingly racist, then I left for the army hoping to meet better people but got stuck around the same types. Not outgrew per se, but going through the loop of getting diagnosed with thyroid cancer has shaken my perceptions of few friendships for sure. The entirety of some conversations was a WhatsApp message consisted of WTF, you have cancer, performs a Google search, thyroid 98% curable, don't worry. When I was calculating my cost of living expenses while they were all at a keg party with underage drinkers in the home of a 35-year-old man who lives with his parents. When I realized that all he wanted to do was get high and have sex with me. Bro, your pregnant wife is in the next room. Stop trying to get in my pants. I feel like this one needs more detail, lol. I matured and grew up. They stayed at home and said they'd figure their future out later. Now I'm making good money at a young age, living a stable life, and they are still at home. Honestly, when many of them started having kids, everything was baby this, baby that. Don't you want to see my baby? Don't you want to hold my baby? Isn't my baby the most precious thing you have ever seen? No, it's not. Anytime my so and I would make plans, we'd invite others, but then they'd try to change them. Oh, little Johnny won't be happy there. We should go to insert family friendly restaurant instead. Oh no, we couldn't bring little Daniel to a rock concert at her age. Who said the kid was invited? Get a sitter. We're going regardless of whether or not you are. We just wanted to invite you to come with us. If you can't, sorry, but we're not changing our plans because of your child. The final straw came when we were having our annual summer BBQ. This is an event that involves fireworks, alcohol, smoking, loud music, firearms, and adult context. One of our friends told us how excited she was for it, then handed us a list of baby proofing we would need to do for her child, including no firearms, no alcohol except in the garage, and no smoking. My so tried to be polite and inform her that was not anywhere within the realm of reason, so she tried going to me instead. My reply was basically to laugh at her. She informed us if we couldn't make the atmosphere family appropriate she wouldn't be attending. I told her she would be missed and hoped she could find a sitter for next year. After that we noticed we just didn't have much in common with our friends who are now parents. So we started hanging around people much younger than us, no kids, much older than us, kids out of the house, or other child-free couples. Not exactly common in Kentucky, but found we have much more fun. So maybe they more outgrew us than we outgrew them. But tomato tomato. I myself want children one day, but I totally think it would be insane of me to require my friends to baby-proof their own party. Totally reasonable to have adult parties and expect adult shenanigans. When half of my friends really got into pot smoking and then into harder drugs. I'm cool with pot smoking on occasion. I'm not cool with M. I split from a lot of friends during college for this reason. M destroys souls. Gotta distance yourself early. We were 17 at the time. One decided to have an affair with a bouncer in his 30s and became completely obsessed with the man, to the point that she was buying underwear for him and you couldn't talk to her about any topic without her bringing up his name. The other decided to play hard to get with the other guys in that bouncer's social circle and get them to do things for her. I wanted to go on to junior college and then university and have a more regular life that didn't involve going to CD clubs and hanging around till 3 AM just so my friends could hang out with these grown butt men who were creepy AF. Back in high school, she kept on talking about wanting to be a doctor. When we were discussing plans after high school, I said I wanted to take up computer science, and she scoffed. That's nothing. Over 20 years later, after becoming a doctor, she still thinks doctors are the most virtuous people and the best career in the world, and anyone who isn't a doctor is stupider and lowlier than her. Fun fact, lots of doctors think this way. They all work in the service industry whereas I have a 9-5. They never try to accommodate my schedule. I would stay up till 1 AM occasionally just to grab a late dinner with them, and when I said no then I was basic. Whenever I asked them to do something on my schedule it was I have a double tomorrow. The moment I realized that the only thing we had in common was surviving high school together, and that it would never change. When I realized that their concept of friendship is based solely around being friendly and cracking jokes, they formed a fam around the fact that we all lifted seriously to compete in one way or another and didn't do much to develop relationships past that. I outgrew them because my idea of friendship is respect for one another in addition to being friendly, but it became clear to me that they didn't care to show myself and others within the group respect. To me, it felt like most of them were about the idea of having friends instead of being friends. I really like how you phrased that, having friends versus being friends. I realized this when we would get into stupid little arguments about going a few days without talking texting, or about me spending too much time with my significant other. I made lots of time to hang out with both my friends and partner. However, multiple friends over the years seemed to not appreciate the idea of sharing, if you will. Some of them expected our earlier days of friendship in our teens to carry on into our adult years, but I was trying to build a relationship and life of my own. I realized I was too mature to be friends with people who would ignore me for days, despite me reaching out to them to have a mature conversation about our arguments. I can't be friends with people who want me to act 16 forever. Also, I can't be friends with people who gossip about other friends, or talk crap, post inappropriate crap on social media. Nope. When I was getting ready to go back to studying after several years of illness, I had a look at my friends. Many of them legit couldn't work, but others had nothing wrong with them. They just wanted to stay on the dole, not work and get stoned all day. I didn't want that in my life. Fair enough. If that's why they want to do in life, I'm not going to judge or criticize, but it seemed like our lives were going different ways, so we just sort of quietly faded out of each other's lives. No drama, no big row or anything, just a sort of, oh hey there, how's you on Facebook every so often. When I realized they were holding me back from being the person I wanted to be, they would constantly put each other down and try to discourage me from improving myself socially. Looking back, leaving that toxic group was the best decision I made, since now they rarely do anything outside that group and are still toxic to each other. When every time I invited them to do something that didn't involve drinking they couldn't find a babysitter, but then 2 days later would see pics online of them hanging out at the bar. My friends and I all have relatively wealthy parents, but as we enter high school and now college, most of them are choosing the I don't need to work because my dad's rich route. They are entering some of the lowest ranked and most expensive schools and they are partying their days away. I took the opposite route, trying to be as good at my career as my dad at his. Last year our group of friends got together for lunch, and that's when I realized these people are peeing away their parents' hard-earned money. I was 13, raised in a super physically and sexually abusive house full of sexual assault, serious drug use, throwing my head against the wall, spraining my wrist, leaving me alone for days to week at a time, etc. When I was 13, I was placed into foster care. I had a sleepover with, at the time, my 2 best friends. We're all 15/16. During the sleepover, one of my friends confessed about being sexually assaulted and having no idea what to do. While I was doing my best to give her advice and to give her love and comfort, our other friend said, "Wow, it's no fair that you two have such interesting lives. I wish I could have all of that." I was dumbfounded. How in the world could someone 1. Wish something like that, 2. Vocalize it, and 3. Think this was an okay situation to vocalize it? The girl in question had a wonderful, loving family and made 5x as much as most people in our city. Her biggest worries were finding people to hang out with after I ditched her. This wasn't the first time she was selfish, insensitive, and just awful. I'd like to say she's different, but I'd be lying. Maybe it's hard coming from her perspective though. If her parents were so straight down the line and strict, maybe she was missing out on excitement most people get up to. Although, yes, that is a bit more than just a misunderstanding or weird comment. I don't remember what caused it, but my friends from middle school were, especially, in hindsight, total tools. And one day in freshman year in high school, I realized it. I got up, left the lunch table, and found a guy I used to be semi-friends with in first grade who at the time was eating lunch alone. Sat down, and we became proper friends from then on. I was 16. I came home from work and all my friends were in my room playing my video games, smoking weed, and enjoying themselves all day while I was at work. They're still my friends but I don't expect anything from them. When they constantly talked about going out and drinking, their social interactions always involved drinking. When they complained about a friend's schedule not being open for drinking, BC they had partial custody of a kid. When they complained they and their so would fight when drunk, but didn't see drinking as a problem. I remember going on a stag do, being really excited about catching up with old friends, and also being excited about showing them how I'd grown more confident, more secure in myself and become a functional adult. It made me very sad that the guys I looked up to as a teenager hadn't really moved on, still working dead-end jobs, still drinking too much, scared to commit and looking down on everyone else. Cool guys, but I'm not jealous of their lives anymore. When they stopped inviting me out because I don't drink alcohol much anymore. That and one of my groomsmen from my wedding is getting married in a couple weeks and I wasn't invited. Sucks. I analyzed the roles each person had in the relationship and saw that I only sought affirmation, as did my friends. I gained a little confidence and quickly saw that this very threatening to the friendship dynamic. I was past the being a lazy stoner part of my life, and friends wanted to stay there. I'm from an upper middle class area and that's all I've ever wanted to obtain. I'm terrified to not make it to that level of success, so I work hard and I'm dedicated to give my future kids the life that my parents gave me. However, a lot of the friends I had just wanted to stay in that life and not obtain it for themselves. They didn't go to college, even though 90% of the kids in my area could go on their parents' dime. They don't keep jobs, and are just overall not motivated to aspire to anything. Now every time I'm back in town I just get hit up and asked to smoke in their parents' garage. And now I sound like my dad and was probably that friend through high school. When it felt as though I had gotten on life's train and was headed to new destinations while they were content to stay back at the station, reading yesterday's newspapers. This year, after two of them started to make their opinions about politics and emotions more clear. Pro tip: people who insist that you should never cry or show any negative emotions are people to avoid. It was years ago. Got up on a Sunday morning, walked into the living room and the place was trashed and stunk of weed, smoke, beer bottles, stale pizza and whatever else. I was the one that cleaned it all up for about the 50th time. Said to myself, I don't want to live like this anymore. When they no longer wanted to do better for themselves. It sucks to see friends who had high ambitions just give up when they could have done great things. How did your friend group fall apart? University ended and we all moved to different places. Another one, we all ended up leaving the job around the same time and the group didn't hold without work to tie us together, even though previously we had socialized outside of work a lot. This sums up two of my most recent friend groups. The first reason is imminent again now that I am graduating again. I quit drinking when my son was born. Turns out all my friends were drinking buddies and not real friends. We cross paths a few times a year and reminisce about funny moments or stories and attempt to make plans, but it's not what it was and never will be again. Sometimes that's unfortunate, but other times I think I am happier as a functional adult and father. I'm happy to have the memories. That's alright, man. You made the right choice. There was a group of 6 of us at uni who used to grab lunch and drink together after class. For about a year we were thick as thieves, and eventually a girl and guy after one drunken session hooked up and began to date. Things went along fairly normally for another year until one day out of the blue she broke up with him with zero explanation other than sometimes I think I might hate you. Understandably he wasn't the happiest with this news, but being mature didn't get angry or ask us not to speak to her as we had no allegiance to one person over the other. However, it got worse when she then ended up dating another girl in the group. We were a liberal bunch and promptly ostracized themselves as it was pretty obvious that they had got together when she was dating the guy. Eventually they broke up and my friend's ex tried to get back into the group, but by then we were all just fed up, so she drifted away. The girl who slept with my friend's girlfriend actually then ended up dating one of his male friends and is a decade later still with him. That ruined his friendship with his friend and pretty much meant no one would speak to her again, which to be honest I wasn't exactly gutted about. Now out of that group it's just the guy who was cheated on and me who speak to each other. TLDR. Sex. The TLDR though. Shortly after we all graduated college, some got jobs, some got girlfriends, some just disappeared, others just became too busy, while others moved to places far away. In college one of my friends started dating this guy, totally fell for him. One night after going out clubbing, a whole group of people were sleeping at our place student house, so people were on couches, the floor, wherever. So this guy started feeling up one of my other friends, tried to pull down her pants etc while his girlfriend was asleep, pretty much sexually assaulted her. This girl didn't tell the girlfriend immediately. I don't know why exactly, but it all came out shortly afterwards. The guy said she was the one coming on to me. Girlfriend chose him. I feel like this story is so unfortunately common. The slow erosion of time. You still get together sometimes, but your talk is more about the past than any kind of future plans you have with one another. One is happily married with a family, one isn't. One guy lives far away and only sees the rest occasionally. One is expecting a new child, which will only keep him occupied even more. Life was simple once, a long time ago, but that's how life is. As a new grad that just started a new job 2,500 miles away from my hometown college area, this thread is making me wanna off myself. I moved out of town for work. One friend knocked up another with twins. Another joined R&W crew, Hell's Angels. One disappeared into drug abuse. Some died. Wasn't much left in the end. Sorry to hear about your friends dying. Things were always simmering underneath the surface and one day they just kind of blew apart. The stoner of our group was interested in our nerdy but dependable friend, who in turn was interested in me, but I was utterly in love with the most beautiful redhead you've ever seen. Unfortunately for me, I think the only person she's capable of loving is herself. Anyway, we used to solve mysteries and crap, but those days are long gone. School really made it easy to keep in touch, but going to university I found my other social circle and everyone just drifted. As I aged I found less motivation to go out and it was easier to tell people no. People grew up, branched out. Friendship is just knowing of someone and social media really helped disconnected people stay connected so people weren't too concerned about catching up with other people. I found myself just floating between social circles and these days I really don't mind. People have families. Work takes up a lot of time and weekends. There's only so many in a year and we can't hang out with a regular group every weekend with how much people we met over our life. You have to juggle a family, date nights with your partner, catching up with people that benefit your career and then everyone else. There's also weddings, birthdays and not only friends but family members. The older you get the more babies popped out and soon you see yourself hitting up birthdays of kids you don't even want to be around but have to because that's how you adult. So how did my social circles fall apart? We simply grew older. Everyone judged everyone, not even gonna play innocent. We just freaking loved telling each other how we're better than everyone else. So I took a step back and saw the toxicity in my group. I didn't want to have to work for friendship. I just stopped caring about group activities and focused on myself. Having friend groups is overrated anyways. Lie for yourself. You don't need 6 other people to do things with your own life. This to a T. I've started making a habit out of it and for once I see I'm proud of myself. I hope you are too. The toxicity of my friend group was they didn't celebrate differences and everyone had to jerk off to everyone else's feelings. In other words, they were all ego based and friend based people. Had to make that shift to being principle based. Me and some guys from school had a band and we tried real hard. Jimmy quit. Jody got married. I should have known we'd never get far. I heard Jenny had a chance, she really did, but instead she dropped out and had a couple of kids. Towards the tail end of senior year a group of us guys, through a series of what would be looked back on as unfortunate events, merged with a group of girls. A few of us between groups had already known each other since elementary school. This is the result of a K-12 being in very close proximity of a high school, meaning you grow up with your classmates and everyone knows everyone. As would be expected, dating became common within the group. My ex and I hold the record for the longest relationship to come out of that group merger, but that's like saying you got the fastest mile in class where you have the only working legs. One of the girls in particular, the leader of the girl group, was always at the center of whatever drama unfolded within the group. It was always constant drama and if there wasn't you can bet she'd find it somewhere. Eventually my ex had enough of the drama and cut herself off from all but 2 other people in the group. I followed suit not long after but kept only hanging out with the guys. The rest is history. The story has so much more detail. I've tried to keep it as short and simple as possible but it becomes difficult to sum up 3 years worth of events into a short comment. In high school, I was part of a friend group of 5 girls. We would have sleepovers about once every 2 months or so, and we would watch stupid horror movies and talk about our lives all night. The beginning of the end happened when one of them moved to a different school. I wouldn't say she was what held the group together, but because she was already a bit flaky when it came to plans, things slowly fell apart. Our sleepovers after that were often only 4 of us, because either she couldn't make it, or another girl couldn't. The other girls in my group became closer to other people in our drama club, and it just didn't feel like a group anymore. Still had all of them as bridesmaids in my wedding last March, but I'm really only close to one of them now. We were in high school, 10 of us, super tight, all part of the marching band posse. All of us were section heads in the band and got along all the time. Everyone's parents loved everyone in the group. We were a great group that hung out, did stuff like pool parties and shaving cream paint fights. My senior year we all decided to go to the lake nearby and jet ski boat. The jet ski was my family's and the boat belonged to a guy's family in the group. The day is great. We're having tons of fun out on the lake, eating hot dogs and whatnot. We were all super drained from being in the sun and half tired when we were packing up. While we were cleaning up, one of the girls in the group started crapping on one of the guys in the group for putting his shoes on top of her dry clothes. Now hear me out. The guy was the youngest in our group and she was one of the oldest. He also had extremely bad body odor, as in he had prescriptive deodorant because he was also extremely sensitive to skin products. He was extremely self-conscious about his smell and everyone knew it. He couldn't help it. Additionally, the boat was moving all day. No way he put his shoes wrapped inside her clothes. So half of us are telling the girl to calm down. She continues to berate and belittle him all night until finally, another guy in the group snaps and tells her to please stop bitching about it. Split the group up after that convo. Last time all of us hung out. It wasn't a friend group so much as a carefully balanced love rhombus, and eventually it imploded, with a side dish of flying across the country for a vacation only to be treated like luggage with a built-in ATM. I had a night job that I worked for way too long. I was always tired and became depressed. I was no fun to be around, but I blamed everyone else for my mistakes. I eventually got fired from that job, but the damage was done and I had to move on from my group of friends. I am now in school. I have new friends. I am not tired all the time. I treat the people around me with love and respect. Life is good again. You, sir, just described my ongoing situation. Honestly, other than the whole getting married and kids part, I feel like a lot of these friend breakups don't happen as much now with the internet and how connected everything is. My friend group all graduated college and we all shoot the crap in group chats, Snapchat groups, etc. In fact, even though I live pretty far from a number of them, we all play PS4 and Fortnite together throughout the week and talk for hours on end. The positive side of the internet. Group of friends in their late 20s living in the party neighborhood of St. Louis. Eventually people started getting married, getting pregnant, and moving to the suburbs. It was pretty awesome for about 4 years though. About 6 of us in college. We all just moved to different states, got into different professions, and some got married. I moved to Chicago, -1 moved to FL, -1 went into the army, left the country, got married, only invited his family to go, -1 went to NYC, -1 got married and had a kid, -1 moved to CA. I still text with 2 of them weekly but only see them in person about once a year. The others, haven't talked to in about 4 years. People grow up and grow apart. You're not the same person at 20 years old compared to at 30 years old. There were 6 of us. 2 of the guys started dating 2 of the girls, and then about 6 months later both couples broke up. Rape. One dude said he raped a girl, seemed proud of it. Those of us who weren't heartless bastards splintered off from those who were. Turns out he didn't. Talked to the girl and nothing happened. He was just a compulsive liar, which made burning him still a viable course of action. They played football. I was a swimmer. They were the popular kids. I wasn't. I lost my best friend since I was 3 years old because I wasn't popular enough. Your ex-best friend is a B then. Sorry he didn't think you were popular enough. One moved away. One stopped contacting us out of nowhere. One cheated on another and then they split up and each married other people. One had a kid earlier than expected. And I also got married and moved. 4 of us. We currently live in Michigan, Maryland, Louisiana, and Utah. We don't see each other but maybe once a year. We're not as tight as we used to be, but we still talk to each other weekly at the least. I was the only one in the group who wasn't a Christian. All of them got married super fast, either while we were still in college or within a year of leaving, simply because they wanted to have sex. Yes, they refused to have sex unless they were married. Now they're all married and the crap they post on Facebook is pretty sterile and boring. The one at the center of the group had low self-esteem and everyone was too naive to realize she was playing everyone against each other like a dang soap opera. 2 of us took the time to reach out to each other like adults and realize what was happening. That group flew apart faster than a CD spinning at 100,000 revolutions per minute. I stopped drinking and realized a lot of those friendships were based on alcohol partying. When I stopped doing those things, a lot of friendships fell apart. Then the regular stuff like moving, jobs. My friends who don't have serious jobs and who drink a lot still hang out, whereas everyone else has moved away for opportunities. I grew up in rural Arkansas, where there's really not much to do aside from work for Walmart, drink, have babies. They all started doing M, so I pieced out of that situation with the quickness. They then one by one stopped talking to each other. There were about 10 of us together in uni and we were all pretty tight for about a year. until we all realized that one of our friends was a very toxic person. She would constantly talk about others behind their back, including people in our group, and she loved to gossip about secrets that people trusted her to keep. On top of all this, she's one of those people who thinks that she's always right and that she couldn't possibly do any wrong. Once we realized how toxic she actually was, we basically stopped hanging out with her. The problem is, she was the only person who had an apartment, and that apartment was our hangout spot, where we would have parties and play games and drink and whatnot. Since we didn't really have a consistent place to go, our group kinda died out. Most of us are still friends, but we don't really hit each other up anymore. I really miss those days, but I don't think I would go back to them and have to put up with her. I was friends with about 6 people who all hung out on the local chat rooms. We used to get together a few times a week to eat at Denny's, and I'd hang out all the time at the apartment where 3 of them lived together. I'll admit it was me that moved on. I got a new girlfriend after years of being in a crappy relationship, and a few weeks of an intense physical relationship with someone who joined our group, and felt it was time for a change. I went off to college to get away from them all. I once had a friendship group who stopped talking to me separately because I didn't want to be in their group chat. This was like 3 years ago. I rarely see any of them now. Several of them have moved away, me included. But I know dang well that group chat is still going strong. It's been said that cherry blossoms fall 5 centimeters per second. Just like cherry blossoms, people are ever striving forward in their lives and may end up far apart from those they were once close to. Falling out between 2 of them after a pretty brutal fight. I insisted it was okay if the rest of us wanted to stay friends with B. It became pretty clear pretty quickly that she wasn't actually okay with it and expected us to take her side. B didn't care what we did, so of course most of us stayed friends with her. It was some middle school level BS. This, but with a divorced couple instead of 2 friends. Not so much a friend group, but my best friend and her entire family. I'm male, best friend female. She married young, had 2 kids, and I was their uncle. Husband was fine with friendship, outwardly, but later found out he was jealous. 20 years of friendship ended when she had an affair, left her husband and moved in with new guy. The new guy didn't want us to be friends, and honestly after what she did she lost almost all of my respect. Husband used it as an excuse to claim that I was the reason that it happened. So down 2 friends, and no longer allowed to see the kids, both of whom called me uncle. High school friend group was made up of mostly very conservative Christians. I moved in with my best friend, who just so happens to be a lesbian, and drank on the weekends in college. While that wasn't the cause of the split, it represents why we don't hang out anymore. Half the friend group thinks this is okay and the other half doesn't. I only talk to the ones who are okay with my best friend and are down to grab a beer when we're all in town. It makes me kind of sad that politics and religion were at the heart of it. One of the friends created a group chat specifically to make fun of me. Everyone reacted differently, with some leaving the group, others staying. I'd give anything to have the good days back. Probably said a lot, but graduation, both high school and college, you receive what you were actually there for, and everyone scatters in the wind. Social media helps, but it's not the same. We were a group of 12 boys and girls, ages 18-24. Some were rebellious, couldn't hold a job, did a lot of drugs and had mental problems. Others, including myself, were finishing up college, had a few beers once in a while and had busy weeks. One day one of the boys brought his new girlfriend. This girl and the female leader of the pack started a big teen drama. The pack leader is this big tattoo chick with a drug problem. She was a girly girl who wanted a serious relationship, marry, have kids, and thought some of our activities were childish. They started having arguments, divided the group, spread rumors. At that time I didn't realize how petty and stupid this was, so I became a subject for them to fight over. The rebellious people started to criticize the college students and ones with a job for being too serious and said they had become super lame, which made them dislike the others' partying and drug use. First people shared their concerns, then they got upset until finally they were fighting. A year later the group was so divided, people didn't want to see each other anymore, but me and my best friend, we were still hanging out with both groups. until they subtly started to shame us for hanging out with the other group. So we stopped seeing them altogether. Friend group gone. Well done, ladies. Using fake names of course to make it easy, and can only think of Avengers names. So, roll with it. A group of about 7 of us in high school were very close, and hung out far too often. Tony and Nat are dating each other. Tony moves in with Wanda and her family. Tony and Wanda begin instant affair. Wanda's mom even knows and supports it. Wanda also begins affair with Clint. Clint has a GF outside the group, who happens to be my best friend. I find out about all the affairs, and stop hanging out. For some reason, Bruce calls me and tries to blackmail me to come back. He found out a secret, and said he would expose if I didn't keep coming back because I was one of the few with a car. Wanda and Nat have a huge fight. Bruce decides we need to exclude Wanda. It becomes hard to exclude Wanda because Tony is still living at her house and having an affair, so Wanda is always there anyway. Clint's GF breaks up with him. I accidentally tell Clint's now ex-GF about the affair, assuming that's why they broke up. Bruce tells the group my secret. Maria punches Bruce for being a crappy friend. Tony ends up confessing about the affair. Nat and Wanda fight and people pick sides. I stop hanging out with these people because it's too stupid, and I was meeting new friends in college anyway. Fast forward 3 years, I'm drunk at a gay bar in NYC and end up hooking up with some guy. Turns out it was in fact Tony. Nat and Bruce begin to harass me for hooking up with Tony. Nat and Tony have long been done, and Bruce was always in love with Tony. I just think it's all too stupid, and I still see these people all the time thanks to mutual friends. It's really fun. We bonded because graduate school sucks butt and we all hated our advisors. After that, as everyone started getting jobs and enjoying life, it seemed hard for us to hang out without devolving into our hatred of the past. 3 girls, 1 guy. One girl liked the guy. They started dating. She started disliking me. The other girl followed her. They started making fun of me. Rest of senior year spent alone awkwardly by myself. Gossip. It's like a freaking disease. Once someone starts, everyone gets caught up in it. One person started shit-talking another friend. Maybe they were just having a bad day, but instead of shutting it down or saying something like I don't want to hear it, it just started a chain reaction of everyone else shit-talking one another. In the end, the whole group fractured. Maybe we were never meant to get along in the first place. I don't know. I guess all those feelings must have existed below the surface. It's just the moment people said it aloud, it became a reality and just grew from there. Minor stuff got magnified into major stuff, until we splintered into tiny factions of who sided with who. In the end I realized we were all just being freaking toxic as heck and just walked away. Just happened gradually after we finished school and some left town. When you get older you find out that you often have different views and interests than your friends, so you drift apart. 4 friends throughout high school. One was the history mythology dude who was into Age of Empires, had 2 twin elder brothers, a decade older than him. He kind of understood the older generation. One was really good at science chemistry, smoked a lot of drugs, Indian family, school always came first, but he was just a dope dude. One was kind of outcast for the first 2 years of high school, but we all became friends closer to like grade 11 time. He was a smart dude, played video games, a little pretentious. I kind of meshed around, played lots of music, decent grades, university. We just realized how different we were. One friend took a degree in history archaeology, the other took a degree in chemistry, one did a degree in policy but dropped out, and I did a degree in piano performance. We literally just split apart almost instantly. It's hella sad. The funniest crap I've been through is with those 3 other friends. One lives in Europe, one in my hometown, one in another city, and I'm across the country. We just completely split in the furthest way possible. My childhood best friend and I drifted after she got married. Sadly it was because of my own jealousy and issues. She has everything I wanted. A beautiful house, a career, a wonderful husband. I had a job, a kid out of wedlock, who I adore, and a jerky boyfriend, who turned it around. We were best friends for over 20 years and haven't been able to recover. People moved and went to college and stuff. But that wasn't what did it. All still close. Made it a point to get together often. There is one guy who has substantial anger, alcohol, drug, deadbeat issues, always tried to alpha everyone when he was one of the smallest guys in the group at 5 feet 10ish, most 6 featuring and former athletes, and over half are true alphas. Interesting group dynamic. Multiple fights involving him later and we slowly start splintering apart as a group. We all hang out individually, but the big group dynamic isn't a thing anymore. Only 5ish left that hang out with him. Rest of us hang out together. Those guys don't want to leave him cause we are pretty sure he will kill himself, as he has threatened multiple times. I finally cut ties a month or so ago after an incident involving him blaming a dead crack baby on one of our firefighter friends. After an incident involving him blaming a dead crack baby on one of our firefighter friends. Bro, you can't just end a story like that and not go into detail. What was your oh crap, my friends and butthole moment? Told her a personal story, asked and trusted her to keep it to herself. A few weeks later, so a friend told me this fricked up thing, and tells me that exact story. First instance in a short chain of events that ended that friendship. A friend offered to come over and help pass out flyers in my neighborhood for my missing dog. She arrived with a few friends and a case of beer. We split up, me alone to cover a few streets, and her with her friends to cover some other streets. A short time later we crossed paths and they had no more flyers. They said they'd passed them all out and said they were leaving. I walked down one of their streets and didn't see any flyers on cars or doors. At the end of the street I found the entire stack of flyers I had given them. They were at the bottom of a storm drain gutter. Holy crap, frick those people. I hope you found your dog. When she got into her first relationship and kept getting angry at every little thing her boyfriend did, when he would defend himself, she would get even more mad. Nothing was ever her fault. It was everyone else's. Even when she found out all his friends hated her, she still acted like they were the problem. I never knew she could be so mean and crazy. She's matured now, but man, it was impossible to be on her side back then. Around age 9 or 10, my mom took me and 2 friends out for lunch and ice cream for my birthday. We were supposed to wait for her after while she made a quick trip to the restroom. They went back to the table and I guess thought I wouldn't notice, but they stole the waitress tip. I figured it out largely by seeing the waitress face after they came back. I told my mom and we never took them out again. This is one of those things that kids think they get away with. Those 2 are probably under the impression that neither you nor the waiter noticed and it ingrained the idea that small thefts like that are a-okay. This is how people begin to become buttholes. When I was 20 or so I was walking the mall with this girl from work who I was starting to become friends with. She was sipping a smoothie while walking near the edge of the 2nd floor and when she finished it she just casually tossed the cup over the ledge like it was no big deal. Didn't even look back. Just oh, I'm done with this. Might as well toss it over here. Who cares where it lands? I can't help but think of Begbie in Trainspotting. He ordered shots for the 2 of us and 6 other girls at the bar we didn't know while I was in the bathroom. When I came back the bartender poured all the shots. We took them and then told my friend it'd be $80. My friend points to me and says, "He's paying." Yeah, that was about the point. Holy Jesus, those are some expensive shots. I found out he'd been obsessively stalking my Reddit account and telling my other friends everything I would write about so they could make fun of me. I had to delete my old account and make this one. I don't post nearly as much. A friend of mine came back from basic, started harassing high school girls. His girlfriend found out he was screwing a HS freshman. He blamed me for telling her, but I didn't know about it until he blamed me. He became a cop and is currently in jail for rape. Well, that's just scary. We met a Brazilian girl up here in America. He spent 3 weeks seducing her away from the flock of guys trying to get her attention and eventually managed it by flying the 2 of them to Brazil. 3 months later, I got a call from her. Guy had paid for her to go backpacking through South America with him and gotten tired of her crap in Colombia and just ditched her with no money, no ride, no anything. She literally had a backpack full of camping supplies and nothing else. I called him up and asked him what happened and his response was, "She cock-blocked me last night." I took a long hard look at how much money I've spent on her and decided she wasn't worth it. Then he hung up on me. That's when I knew he was in butthole. But the story continues. A few months later, I hear from him again. He was still doing the backpacking thing and had made his way back to Brazil. First thing he did was look up the girl he had stranded in Colombia and try to move in with her. He couldn't though, cause she had a boyfriend living with her by then. He spent 3 nights in a hostel before convincing her that the whole "I stranded you internationally because I was angry that you weren't letting me treat you like crap" thing was just a giant misunderstanding. She met him at a club. They had sex again, without the current boyfriend's knowledge, and started a week-long affair. Brazilian girl borrowed money from her parents to rent an apartment with my friend and borrowed a car to move him out of the hostel so they could start a life together. My friend decided she wasn't worth the commitment if she could just cheat on her boyfriend and move out so quickly with a guy who had stranded her internationally. He moved out before she could pick him up and called the boyfriend to warn him about her before skipping town. That guy is the biggest dong I've ever met. 2 days later, he convinced a Dutch exchange student to drop out of her degree program and use her daddy's money to fly them both to Amsterdam. He ditched her less than a week later because she was too controlling. What was she actually doing? Asking him not to bang other chicks in her bed while she was out job hunting. That crosses from dong territory into psychopath territory. When he ran over a cat with his car, saw him, stared at him, thumped "Cat is gone." I grabbed his shoulder and tried to stop him but too late, and not long after that he was charged with molestation of a minor, 7-year-old girl, and he claims she seduced him and that her parents were already doing it with her and so it was her fault. Yes, seriously. He was about 22 at the time. We weren't friends after that. That was 30 years ago. These days he has found the Lord and asks people if they have also found the Lord and tries to reconnect with me on Facebook. No thanks and frick you. Not really that big and butthole, but enough of one where I didn't want to be friends with him anymore. He'd grab stuff out of my lunchbox or off of my lunch tray if I wasn't paying attention. One day he happened to be behind me as we were driving to school, and he thought it would be funny to tailgate really close the entire drive. He also thought that it was hilarious to go around sack tapping everyone, every single day. Sometimes it's just dumb crap that adds up. Sounds like an immature freaking tool. My friends and I were about 15 and had someone 18 buy us smokes. The guy, Christo, was kind of a goth kid. Cool guy. After he bought us our smokes and left, my friends started talking crap about him. I wish I would have caught up to him and given him the smokes back and told him never to do favors for any of my friends again. This one hurts so much. I feel for the goth kid even though he'll most probably never know. It's such a crappy thing to do. They're douchebags. If I want it, and the school doesn't do it, my dad will go in and make sure I get it. If somebody messes up, we can sue them. I get what I want, what I deserve. You don't frick with my family. Rich friend. And she said it like it was nothing. She wasn't even mad when she said it. She spoke it as though it were a fact, and something that everyone does. Needless to say, we're no longer friends, especially since I stopped talking to her. So she tried to get me arrested and expelled for harassment. When she knowingly slept with a married man who also had children, blamed his wife for him cheating, and got angry when she tried to get him to buy her a trip to Vegas and he declined. Her exact words, "I'm hot and he's married, I should at least be getting something out of this." That was the end for me. My sister does this crap, not the Vegas part, but the accepting no blame for sleeping with a married man with kids part. She's in butthole. She passive aggressively chewed out our server for her steak being too rare, which wasn't even the server's fault, and then refused to leave him a tip. I ended up tipping him $20 on my check, unbeknownst to her. A person who is nice to you, but not nice to the waiter, is not a nice person. When I hadn't seen her in 2 years, she suddenly showed up to my house. It was all good. She was wearing a in loving memory of shirt, not a big deal. Everyone around here wears those. She takes me to her aunt's house and I notice a lot of cars. Okay, everyone is wearing a in loving memory of shirt. She brought me to her funeral. I looked at her with wide eyes wearing my Rick and Morty shirt while sad family members watched. She didn't care in the least that it was a funeral for a 13-year-old that died of cancer. In bird culture, that is considered a dong move. Late to the party, but it will feel good to get this out there. Guy I knew all through HS and got together with him and all the old gang when we were home from college. We stood up for each other weddings and included all the wives. Pretty much setting up for let's get together a few times a year type of life. Called him up to go golfing as one of the guys was in town from 120 miles away. He tells me I've got a new life now. I hang out with the people from my neighborhood. So freaking proud he knew a NFL player. Quit calling me. Okay, fair enough, but kind of an butthole. I kind of figured his wife put him up to it. Time goes by. Haven't seen some of the gang for 5 years. When one of my buds drops dead of a heart attack. His wife has other problems. I start calling everyone to break the news. I ask his brother to pass the word. At the wake, everyone is there. Place is packed. Some drove 30-40 miles, with one exception. Butthole knew him since they were 8 years old and couldn't be bothered to drive 5 miles. What an butthole. 7th grade English. We had a substitute teacher that day, one that no one really liked but we put up with her. She was an older lady, wasn't mean or anything, just not our regular teacher that we loved. We walk into class that morning, my friend sees the substitute and rolls his eyes and lets out an audible sigh. Then he sits down at his desk and proceeds to put his head on his desk, arms covering his eyes, and ignores everything this teacher says. We even had to answer for him when she did roll call. Anyway, the teacher begins to teach a lesson about using the 5 senses when writing. She goes on for a while and then starts to explain that sometimes your senses can influence how you remember things. Certain smells or sounds can bring up distant memories instantaneously. She tells a story about how when she was a child, they lived near train tracks. Twice a day she would hear this train whistle. It was while living in that house that her father passed away, and they moved shortly thereafter. But even to this day when she hears a train whistle it brings back memories of her father. My friend, for the first time since he walked into the room, lifted his head up, looked her in the eyes, and blurted out a prepubescent choo-choo. The teacher just stopped, looked like she was about to cry amongst stifled laughter, and walks out of the room. I never saw this teacher again. When he yelled and swore at a mutual friend for not coming to our school concert to watch us play, because she had to take her mom to the hospital in an emergency. I can't believe you're friends with gay people. Really, we should just round them all up and shoot them. I looked at him for a long time to see if he was serious. The exact moment I realized I could never truly love my ex was when he told me he supported gay marriage to my face, and then when my parents started talking about being against it, he agreed wholeheartedly and even turned against me when I argued with them. I was so mad I stormed out of my own house. He wound up being super gay, so that probably explains it. My buddy was in a car accident. Nothing serious, but he texted his girlfriend of a few months. I got in a car accident. And when she naturally started asking him what happened, if everyone was okay, etc., he didn't text her back for a couple days. Thought that was extremely douchey to just have his GF freak out and worry and then not talk to her. God, I hope she dumped him after that. If my boyfriend did that to me, I'd be so worried and angry that I'd have a hard time trusting him again. On the day before our exam, I wanted him to return one of my books. He came to my house to study but left the book behind because it was too heavy. It had 60 pages. Had to read that 3-4 times to get it. You wanted him to return the book to the library, not return to you a book you lent him. My friend has always been kind of an butthole, but it hit its peak when, in 1 month, he bought a new kitten, got tired of it, released it into the woods, then was busted lying to his brother roommate about rent, effectively stealing his brother's money. Poor kitten. When he argued a bill at our local equivalent of a Waffle House, it went on for about 15 minutes and they threatened to call the cops. The difference was about $1. The time my one friend owed my other friend money and then one night called him and threatened him that he was not going to pay him cause he helped him move. Even though they made a pact before they moved that they would help each other move into each other's new places. He felt people owed him a lot things. When she told me her last best friend's deepest darkest secrets, but I'm dense, So I was still friends with her. About a year of lies. I was out. She didn't just lose weight. She had gastric bypass surgery. She wasn't abused by her ex-husband. She gaslighted him. She didn't need drugs for her skin removal surgery gone wrong. She was a pill addict. She isn't engaged to her boyfriend. She just freeloads. I spent the night wrongly accused of a crime, and when I got out, the next day, she walked right past me at pickup time at the elementary school. Never called me. Asked me WTH happened. Nothing. So much more. She is by far the shittiest person I have ever met. One day I was walking to my other friend's apartment with my friend. He decided to start barking at every attractive girl we walked by. I never go anywhere with him now. When he told a mutual friend, whose mom was sick with cancer, that she was being selfish for wanting to stay home and help take care of her mom and sister instead of coming out with us. Look, I'm sorry that your grandfather died, but I have a real problem. Here, if I can't live on campus next semester, I'm going to have to commute. Gasp, Lord forbid. When I told her how to respond to a situation in which she was causing problems, and she responded, "No, that makes it sound like I'm the one who's wrong." Went to a music festival with a buddy. The entire 4 days he spends chasing drunk stoned women around trying to get laid. Ignores his buddies. Trashes his tent showing off to some girls likely half his age. At one point has a group of women screaming at him because he has been following around a girl all day and she can't seem to convince him she's not interested. Finally I sit him down, forcefully, and have a man-to-boy talk. I may have slapped him a few times for calling the girl whose day he ruined a B. He grabs his pack sack from his ruined tent and shuffles off crying. I've never spent a minute in his presence again. Can't stand that butthole anymore. But she's drunk anyway, and I'm the cleanest guy around, no sweat or mud. I just had a shower. She basically has to sleep with me. I passed her a water glass from the front of the drinks queue. When my male friend kept telling me about all these married men he was sleeping with. He is HIV positive, and I asked him if they were using protection and if he had told them that he was HIV positive. He said that yes, they all knew and didn't care about using protection. I call bulls. I knew he wasn't telling them. Not only is he a butthole, but it's morally wrong and illegal. I also secretly mailed him a printout about how HIV is spread. This is seriously messed up, and also illegal. I'm fairly certain he could be charged for that. She came into a lot of money. I was the only person who never asked her for a dime or favor. We were friends since 3rd grade. I didn't care she was suddenly rich. She started buying friends and then holding it over their heads to be ridiculously demanding. She tells me to get her a drink from Starbucks on my way over, then beam me out because it's wrong. That's the last time I talked to that cow. A third friend was deathly ill and had no time to do anything other than fight off infection and medicate. My ex-friend was upset that the third friend didn't hang out anymore. This reminds me of when I had a kidney infection and thought I was on my deathbed, and the guy I was hooking up with at the time knew I was sick and still wanted to frick because it won't hurt that bad and you owe me anyways. WTF. He was sympathetic when I had issues, but when I felt better he'd use them against me to make me feel like crap. I was nothing more than a punching bag for his ego. He's truly an awful guy, though he insists he's a good person and all his insults are merely jokes. I just realized I'm a giant butthole. When he borrowed my car to go and screw my ex in, I wasn't over her yet and he told me that he was doing it for my own good so I could get over her. My dad hired my best friend as a caregiver for my dying mother. He also had hospice coming to the house to take care of the medical stuff she needed. I found out that she told the hospice nurses that my dad was bad mouthing them and saying they were bossy to him and were killing my mom with pain meds. She was on morphine because she was freaking close to death. Dad never said these things. He loved the nurses and is still friends with them today. He almost lost hospice care because they had to report any complaints to their supervisor. He ended up having to call and straighten everything out with administration. That was the last thing he needed at that time. Her motive? She wanted more hours. What an awful thing to frick around with. Get another job if you're that desperate. Took an online test for a friend of mine in exchange for a $40 Buffalo Wild Wings gift card. got an A for him. Went to use the gift card on a date and it had 54 cents on it. Confronted him about it and he didn't care at all. Haven't really trusted him since. I didn't really care about the money, just the principle of him trading my trust for $40. For $39.46 he lost what could have been a lifelong friend. Stupid. When I realized how unsympathetic he was toward people with any kind of psychological issues whatsoever, be it depression, addiction, anxiety, abusive relationships. I even heard him make fun of people with military-induced PTSD and service animals. Direct quote, "If you need a dog to keep you from blowing your brains out, go ahead and do it." Another time he made fun of my own sister for having addiction problems and being in an abusive relationship. Mind you, at the time I was really stressed and opening up to him about it. He told me she was stupid for putting herself in that situation. That's just not how abuse works. It's a slow burn and has nothing to do with intelligence on the victim's part. He also went as Dead Robin Williams for Halloween right after he committed suicide. He was literally the most heartless and mean-spirited little prick I've ever known. Didn't know him personally, but this is a story of a friend of a friend. Basically this guy, let's call him Sam. So Sam is 17, he has his own little banger of a car and he's a learner driver, and, of course, shouldn't be driving without a full licensed driver in the car with him, but who cares, we all do it sometime. Anyway, basically Sam lives in the middle of nowhere, you can't really get around without a car, so he'd always be cruising about with his friends in the car, you know, to the shops, cinema, train station, who knows. Anyway, you wouldn't really get police around the area he lives. It's a small town, nothing really goes on there. So sometimes Sam would let some of his pals drive the car if they felt confident enough. So one night he lets his friend, let's call him Jordan, drive the car around for a while. Everything's going fine for the first couple of minutes and then, yes you guessed it, Jordan crashes the car. Now this isn't just a little slide into a ditch or a harmless crash into a fence or tree. This car flips over and is completely smashed. The people in the car, Sam, Jordan and two other friends, have to go to A+E afterwards. They were all fine, but it was still pretty traumatic. So Jordan crashes the car, and it's like 2 in the morning, the car is on its side and they've no way of getting home. They can't call the police or an ambulance or Sam's parents because if they find out Jordan was driving they would all be in deep crap, right? So Jordan convinces Sam to not say anything at the moment, and call the insurance company in the morning and let them know he, Sam, crashed the car, so that then Sam could make a claim and get everything fixed up no problem. So they call another few mates to come down and help flip the car back over and basically push it home back to Sam's. In the morning Sam calls the insurance company and tells them the whole fake story of how he was driving with some friends in the car and crashed. So the insurance company take down the records and say they'll send a letter out to him in a few weeks. Keep in mind, when you give a report to an insurance company you can't ring back and change the story. It's on file and on record, end of. Fast forward a week or two later and Sam gets a letter in the post. He opens it thinking it's from the insurance company. Nope. It's a letter calling him to court. A letter for Sam informing him that Jordan was suing him for personal injury, for the injuries and trauma he had from the crash. And since it's on record Sam was driving, he can't call back and change the statement because then he would be done for insurance fraud, so he literally has no choice but to pay for this dickhead's medical bills and God knows what else. Seriously, a dickhead move. Couldn't believe it when I heard it. I'm just glad it didn't happen to me. Sam and Jordan are equally guilty of insurance fraud here. One goes down, the other goes with him. We live in a dorm together. Then he complained that I wake up too early. I wake up at 7 AM. I have class at 9 AM. And that my mouse clicks are too loud. And that he doesn't get enough sleep. It took him 4 weeks of being angry with me, refusing to tell me that I'm loud, and complains to my girlfriend instead. Once my girlfriend refused to control her boyfriend several times, he finally demanded that I sleep an hour later so not to disturb him. I offered to be quieter as I finish homework in the morning. I suggested that he goes to sleep earlier and not watch anime until 1 AM. He refused to change his sleep schedule and demands that I change mine. Then he called me selfish for refusing his demands. What a self-centered prick. I wish my former roommate was as considerate as you. My former roommates didn't care that they were keeping me up even when I told them numerous times that they were. My best friend hid the sentence "I hate Jews" into my resume, resulting in 5 months of unemployment. What's something a good friend has done to ruin your friendship forever? Best friend from as far back as I can remember got himself a brand new Subaru WRX and wanted to show it to me. I hopped in and we went for a little drive, then suddenly he says, "Last time I took this corner I nailed it." I was a little confused and started yelling as he sped up to about 60 miles per hour. He pulled the air brake and tried to drift it. He fishtailed and wrapped my side around a tree, snapping my femur in half and breaking several ribs. My leg was trapped but he was fine. He then got out of the car, sat down on the curb and called his mom to tell her he crashed his car. They used the jaws of life to get me out, and at the hospital I ended up with a pulmonary embolism that killed me twice on the operating table. Needless to say, we don't speak anymore. That was 5 years ago. Cutting the wiring harness in 2 of my cars because he thought it'd be funny. No, it was not funny, it was just expensive. My husband's best friend of 10 years brought his car to our garage. He drove off the road into the side rail, totaled it in a drunken crash, and my husband went to him late in the night on a work night to pick up his friend from the crash miles and miles away. This friend was a wreck. He mentioned that he did not want to deal with insurance writing the car off, and thus asked my husband to fix all the necessary parts on the car. So we got to work, ordered expensive parts. Mechanics spent a lot of hours on this car. Suddenly one day, the friend won't answer his phone. We keep calling him because we need him to pay for the parts we have been ordering and for the car. He refuses to answer his phone for over a month. Then one day, he has his insurance people call us to write off the car. We say sure, that's fine. But the friend still needs to pay for the parts he had us buy. Hundreds of dollars worth of parts we had to buy. Turns out, the friend told his insurance agency that he did not give us permission to buy these parts, so therefore, he refuses to pay us. We confronted him at his house, but he must have told this lie to his family as well, because they would not answer the door. We eventually called and got a hold of him, just to have him not listen to a word we say, and hang up on us and block our numbers and us on FB. We lost over $700 out of the garage's pocket. We had no written agreement stating that he agreed for us to buy all the necessary parts and fix his car, because like I mentioned, they were best friends for over 10 years. So there was nothing legally that we could do. He really screwed us over. This just happened this year. Verbal agreements aren't worth the paper they aren't written on, it ducks, but it's true. Edit. I meant to write it sucks, but I like ducks better. My best friend since post-adolescence, from middle school until age 32, almost 20 years, had an affair with my wife, now ex-wife. It was particularly nasty seeing that as the marriage was obviously having problems, I was taking him to dinner drinks to discuss my woes and pick his brains on how to save my marriage. One notably humiliating thing would be when I told him, "Yeah dude, she told me she thinks she wants to sleep with someone else. I don't know what to do." This was basically a message she intentionally passed through me to him to let him know she was ready to take the affair to a more full-on physical level. Nice, eh? 3 kids lost their family for these 2 selfish people. My boyfriend helped her move. She offered to reward him with a handy. He declined. She didn't think it would be a big deal. It was. I made my best friend an engagement ring for his GF. I'm a goldsmith. Mailed it to him before he gave me any money. Stupid, I know, but he was the last person on the planet I thought would screw me. I almost lost my house because I had to cover the costs of the ring. Perhaps take up poopsmithing and mail those wares to him instead. My now ex-best friend married my ex-husband after she got knocked up. I admit, when I heard they were getting divorced, a part of me was cheerfully delighted. People should really stop jumping into marriage. I was dating a girl who was in a wheelchair, had gone out for about 2 weeks now, went to lunch with some friends, saw her walking around with another guy hanging on his arm, called her to double check, it was her. What, how did she pull that off? And furthermore, why would she try something like that? I used to live with my very good friend, Bill. I worked nights, and generally would come home around 11:30 PM. One night, I came home to find Bill, his girlfriend, and my ex sitting on our sofa drinking. He promptly greeted me with, "We left the door open earlier, and your cat ran away." No one offered to help me look for her. In his defense, Bill and his girlfriend later confronted me and asked if I was uncomfortable having my ex over. I said I was, and I appreciated them asking. They promised me they wouldn't invite her over again. 1 week later, I found the same situation, minus the missing cat. I later found out the reason Bill suddenly started inviting her over was because he wanted to have a threesome with her and his girlfriend. I told him the next day I was moving out. I gave him 2 months to find another roommate. Not me, but a friend of mine's mum had her friend over. The friend fell down the stairs and broke her leg, completely due to her own clumsiness. She then tried to sue my friend's family. She didn't win, but after all this tried to restart the friendship she once had. The family were pretty astounded that this bee still had the balls to even talk to them after all the crap they'd been put through. This happened to relatives of mine. The friend sued the woman's husband over some work he did for her. The issue wasn't even related to the work or time frame of it. Obviously he won. And then this friend expected that the friendship would continue. People are freaking weird. My boyfriend and I let her stay at our place for the summer rather than go back home from college. She had a bad relationship with her parents. It was a 600 square foot, 1-bedroom apartment and we were 3 people. She got the bedroom and we were in the living room. It was more spacious. Midsummer, she got mono. Her parents wanted to fly her home to take care of her. She refused, saying she felt fine and could take care of herself. A week later she told, not asked, me that her stepdad would be coming out and staying in our apartment for an indefinite time to take care of her while she was sick. I asked if we could discuss other arrangements because I wasn't comfortable having a man I didn't know in our apartment indefinitely. She called me a C and a bad friend, hurled insults at me for half an hour, and then announced she was moving out. I still don't understand how that could possibly seem like a reasonable first response under any circumstances. My best friend in high school was also in the same English class as me. We were in grade 12, so we were heading off to university the year after. For those who are not familiar with Canada's education system, grade 12 marks are the most important. We had this essay assignment to do where we had to critique this paper. Long story short, he straight up copied 5 of the 6 pages of my work and handed it in. Teacher found out and confronted us both. After many talks with a couple of teachers and the vice principal, I didn't have any repercussions. Luckily for my so-called friend, he just had to do some volunteer work around the school. I almost didn't make it to university because of him. Needless to say, I don't talk to him anymore. TLDR. Butthole best friend copied my essay and handed it in. Almost didn't get into college. I like the fact that it turned out good for you, and not the other way around. My best friend from ages 1-12 once creeped up behind me, grabbed my shoulders and kneed me as hard as she could up my backside. She then sprinted off and hid while I was writhing around in pain. She broke my coccyx, and to this day, 12 when it happened, 27 now, it hurts to sit in the same position for more than an hour or so. Also, walking long distances sets it off too, which is annoying as I used to love walking. Moved together with my best friend of 4 years a few years ago to go to university. He brought his GF of a few months. I paid for the apartment, and after 6 months I flunked a few exams, dropped out, and decided to move back home. And then they start hassling me for not having put out food money. 1 month. When I asked when they were going to pay me back for the apartment, I was told that's not the same. Haven't talked to them for 2 years now, or seen any of the money. After years of her manipulating and lying to me and everyone we knew, she had this crazy web of lies she so delicately constructed, but one day she was sloppy and it all came undone. The last straw was when she continuously cheated on 2 guys at the same time over a period of 3 months, got pregnant by one, then told the other guy, who is still one of my best friends, that it was his. She told me she was pregnant in December. I went with her to the clinic for the abortion, so I know 100% the timeline. Told him in January she needed $500 for an abortion. She cried and cried for the money, but he is the sweetest guy ever and he begged her to keep it because despite knowing he was being cheated on, he wanted to give the kid a shot at life. She got pissed that he wouldn't pay up and said forget it, she'd find a way to take care of it. playing her famous pity victim card. Then she faked being in pain for 2 weeks because she supposedly took the abortion pill. She did, just a whole month earlier, and got him to buy her weed and candy and crap to make her feel better. I knew none of this was going on until months later when him and I were talking about it and our timelines were off. Then I realized why during December she tried to get me to hate him by telling me a lot of cruel lies about him, which worked and got me to not want to talk to him for a long time. During this time she also pitted my, still, 2 best friends against me. They are the sweetest girls I've ever met, but that bee is straight up poison, and every person who has ever come in contact with her, literally, changes under her bat crap crazy, life-fueled friendship. We all eventually figured it out, since she made it so that none of us talked to each other at all at one point. She was feeding all of us different lies about each other. Once we realized something didn't seem right, we talked and realized she is an insane human being and dropped her like a bag of flaming dog shit. And we all lived happily ever after. Except her. She got arrested for stealing from her job as Ross. Her job as Ross. It was David Schwimmer all along. My best friend housemate, D, whom I trusted like family, sent a guy I hardly knew into my room to have sex with me after I had passed out drunk. We'll call him Tristan because that was his name. I woke up to Tristan fondling me and kissing my neck and pushed him off and asked WTF though he was doing. His response was, D said it would be okay. I was furious. Not at Tristan. Frankly, I couldn't care less about that a shat. I was furious at D and said that I was going to kick his butt, which I would not have been very successful at seeing as he weighed almost twice as much as me and was all a muscle. I hoped D wouldn't have hit me back, but who knows. I never got to that part because Tristan held me down in my bed. I tried to push him off but he was too strong. He bear hugged me and kept me there while I cried myself to sleep. Luckily, he had the scruples not to rape me, although he was still kissing and fondling me while he held me there. I was in complete shock and withdrew from school that semester and flew home the next morning. I was always treated like one of the guys, but when it came down to it, D showed how little he thought of me. TLDR. I learned that the guy I loved like a brother though of me as nothing more than a W when he sent a friend in to frick me when I was passed out. God, that is freaking horrible. I'm sorry. My friends hid a small baggie of flour in my suitcase when I crossing the border. It was the first party I ever went to in high school. Also the first time I drank, so I didn't know my limit. I passed out in my friend's bed and her older brother took advantage of me while I was dead asleep. Next morning I got a bunch of people asking about it, saying there was a used condom in the bed. I vaguely, SP, remember waking up during one point of it, but that was it. When I tried talking to her about it, she said she didn't want to hear about anything her brother has done, that she has her own problems to worry about. I stopped talking to her after that. Not only did that ruin our friendship, but what her brother did made everyone at school call me a W and S. It didn't even matter that I was passed out, so what he did was rape me. I had a friend from school. We were neighbors, played sported together, knew her for over a decade, etc. So in college we moved in together. It ended up about 3 years later because she was a compulsive liar, lying about everything, including the fact she was kicked out of school for failing everything. To this day I'm not sure if her parents know she never graduated from the top biz school. She was kicked out after 2 years. I confronted her and asked for the truth. She admitted some stuff and kept lying. She went through periods where she would go out every single night and bring drugged guys home. I had to kick out a dodgy stranger who had tagged along with one of her hookups and wanted to sleep in our home. Twice I was woken up by coked up dudes entering my room screaming at 5 AM. She tried to manipulate every single new friend I made, trying to control them and set them against me. I told her to move out. I never talked to her again. I have run into her twice and turned around to avoid her. Good riddance. I actually cried from relief when I got rid of her. Toxic people are the worst. Sounds like she had serious issues. You couldn't have helped her on your own. You did the right thing. Tried to convince me that I should be adult and mature about the fact that he wanted to date my girlfriend of 4 years, 3 weeks after she dumped me. My best friend hates the thought of me having a girlfriend, and will threaten not talking to me if I do have one. When we were both a few years younger, she'd also tell a lot of people that I was gay. I'm straight, which at first I thought was just a joke, but now that I think of it, seems to be equally strange. If she were interested in me, this would be perfectly understandable, but she has a boyfriend whom she is very loyal to and is planning to marry one day. It has not ruined our friendship. It has just led to me keeping my friendship with her and my relationship with Soz being completely separate. My best friend is still dear to me. We've been through a lot, have a ton in common, and have had many good times with each other. I just wish she didn't assume that me having a girlfriend would change everything. It's a bit more complicated than that, but that is the summary of the situation in a nutshell. Also, I'm normally very good at reading people's actions, but I cannot understand why she'd do any of this whatsoever, so if anyone would care to shed some light on this for me, it'd be greatly appreciated. This thread has convinced me to always proofread everything I ever write. Well, that didn't work out so good so far. Back when my husband and I were still in the dating phase, I had a female friend who lied about being brutally raped by my husband, in hopes that I would break up with him so she could have him. When the truth finally came out, she defended herself with, "No one understands what it's like to be me. She didn't think she did anything wrong." Freaking crazy man. Oh. I've had quite a few friends screw me over in a big way. One roommate, who was my best friend at the time, decided one day she didn't want to live with me anymore and locked me out of the apartment. She refused to let me back in, took whatever things of mine she wanted and threw the rest out. Please keep in mind this was 1 month after I moved to a new city and started a new job. I literally had to start all over again, not to mention the scores of pictures and such from my childhood that she threw out. A few years later she apologized and blamed her husband for the whole thing. She wanted to be friends. I said no thank you, please go frick yourself. My ex-BF had 2 broken legs while we were dating. He broke the second leg the night that he closed the sale of his house, and the type of break required 3 months off his feet and 2 surgeries. He needed a place to stay, and someone to help walk his 2 11-year-old dogs, who were awesome. BTW, I ended up quitting my job to help him out, which seemed okay since we were planning to move to California from NJ together once he was healed up. Of course, once he was back on his feet and able to get around on his own, he packed up his crap and moved out. Never spoke another word to me other than to call and ask about his mail. Absolutely broke my heart, and now I don't trust anyone. Those are the 2 suckiest. Nowadays I'm super selective about who I'll let in my life. I had that I'm a doormat. Please walk all over me tattoo removed from my forehead as well. This girl was hated by everyone in the school. I was the only person being nice to her. She was having boyfriend troubles, so I told her there are nice guys out there. Introduced her to the guy I was interested in to show her that guys can be friends with girls and that there are genuinely nice people out there. A couple of weeks later she was calling me a S and whatnot for having an amazing boyfriend who she had fallen in love with. That's right folks. Weeks. She is threatening suicide and blaming it on me. Next week I find out I was dumped via Facebook when her and my ex changed their relationship status to no longer listed as single. A couple of months later she goes around calling me a bush pig and a virginess because I was interested in some other guy who apparently she was in love with, despite being engaged to my ex. Time descriptors are accurate. That B was crazy. A friend of mine loved drama. I was a lame, quiet girl and was grateful to have a well-known, cute girl as a friend. Well, she was pining over this guy who was a bit of an butthole and would harass people who had scars from self-harm and berated them. One morning he was ruthlessly harassing me while she wasn't around. I tried to ignore him and he decided he didn't like being ignored and straight up slapped me across the face. I was pretty freaking stunned. He paled. I turned and silently walked out. I found the girl, told her what happened. She made a huge show about hating him and how he was going to get his butt kicked. Well, by the end of the day they were dating. That was when I decided to say, frick that, and told her off. Felt good. I've known this guy since we were 6 years old. Tried to help him with his courses. He quit his studies. Tried to help him get a job. He sued his employer for allegedly causing him back problems. They didn't. He had them before that. Tried to get him to quit alcohol. Every time I see him he drinks more. Last month, I tried to get him to meet a girl. He got world class B pissy because I told him she was a nice girl that wouldn't put out after a couple beers and wanted me to drive him home. My last words to him were, "Get there yourself, you ungrateful bastard," and I got a punch for that, which made me all the more certain I made the right choice. Moral of story: stop trying to help. During arts and crafts in grade 6, friends and I were fooling around with stuff. Friend takes scissors and starts making snipping motions at my crotch, and I think that he'd be nuts, no pun intended, to actually snip my crotch. I don't do anything about it. The nutter, again, no pun intended, actually cuts through my jeans and I feel a sharp pain. My balls were bleeding for the next 15 minutes, and I had a very awkward nurse treat me while I was wincing in pain. Knocked out the W, no pun intended, when I came back from the office. Teacher didn't even say anything. These puns all seem intended. Two of my friends began cracking jokes at a sleepover about how funny it would be if I got raped by someone. It was kinda horrifying watching how genuinely they were laughing at the idea. Never slept over again. 2 years of being the best of best friends with these two, and for some reason in a matter of weeks it became a giant nightmare. More of when I was in 5th grade. I had just moved back to the States the year prior. Well, I made friends like most people do, but then near the end of the year my so-called friend came up with 2 of his buddies, got them to hold me down and tried to force feed me an almond. I'm deathly allergic to tree nuts. I go into anaphylactic shock. Again, that was way back in 5th grade. My first thought was, you're an idiot. But then I realized I haven't looked at the majority of the information on my resume in years probably. Sorry to hear, man. Your friend's a dong and I agree. Unforgivable. They fricked your career up. Had a friend that I was really close to for a while. At the time I was being pretty severely emotionally abused by my boyfriend's mom, whom I was living with at the time, to the point that she would berate me, scream at me, tell me I was worthless, complain to everyone we knew mutually about me behind my back, and even went so far as to go to my place of employment and badmouth me to my boss, which almost resulted in me losing my job when I came in later that week. That at the time I was relying on this friend for emotional support, and for a while she did seem pretty supportive, but then she started spending more time with my boyfriend's mom, and I don't really know what happened. Her personality took a sudden shift, and she went from being supportive to pulling me aside in the middle of a mall outing and chewing me out for complaining about my boyfriend's mom, and not being friendly toward her, while she was emotionally abusing me. That was the first straw. After that, she went on to start insulting me, or trying to help me in other ways that were uncalled for, such as repeatedly calling me obese at 150 pounds, and telling me I was in pain all the time because of the fact that I was fat, or telling me that I was overreacting when I first found out about my life-threatening allergy to wheat, when even my doctor had confirmed it, and I had been to the hospital several times as a result. These sort of things kept happening, and I've just lost all faith in what friendship we might have had. The biggest thing for me though, was her actively refusing to support me through what was very obvious emotional abuse at the time. Something that I still have to go through therapy for today. My closest friend started banging my ex right after she dumped me, behind my back. Like, I don't think the changing of the relationship status had even occurred on Facebook. Someone just asked me one day kind of nonchalantly, "Doesn't it bother you that Derpathan didn't even wait a day to tap that?" That was how I found out. To this day he holds. Why are you even mad she broke up with you? I feel like this one belongs in our justice porn. I'm not even mad. She got pregnant. They both failed out of college, and, you ready for the kicker? A mutual friend told me it wasn't even his kid. Unconfirmed. But still. Frick yes. After all that. Slept with my, now ex, girlfriend of 4 years, and when I confronted him about it he wouldn't give me the time of day to actually talk about it and pretty much just threw all the blame on everyone else. So that friendship no longer exists. When my dad died I called my best friend to tell her, and ended up leaving a message. She never called me back. It's been 5 years. According to Facebook, she's thriving, with no excuse not to call me back. It came close a few times, but he hung in there until he flushed himself down the toilet. Thoroughly. I am 47 dang years old. The first clues, which I ignored, happened when I was 16. He worked at a pharmacy that sold beer. He sold himself some, and we walked down the train tracks to the wrong side and set the beer outside the rear door to his house, which was opposite a landing from the kitchen down to his basement room. We enter through the front door. His father, inexplicably, or perhaps he's done this before, opens the rear door and asks, "What's this now?" Him. "Oh, GR18 presents brought that." Fast forward to my mid-20s. Me and some mates from college are touring some US city, forget which. We pass a homeless man rifling a garbage can just as he scores a half-eaten burger and goes to town. My friend lets out with, "MMMMM. I bet that's going to be delicious." I freaking read him out right there. Went freaking off on him for being a fricked up butthole with absolutely zero sense of compassion, empathy, or freaking perspective. Because he seemed to achieve instant remorse, I did not issue the beatdown he needed, and I forgave him. Fast forward to relatively modern times, the eve of my wedding. I am marrying a woman 13 years my senior. Most guests are out of town. I happen to be walking down the hallway of the hotel where all of the out of town guests were staying. He did not know I was behind him. None of my friends did. And he asks, "I wonder if he's giving it to Granny tonight." Laughs all around. She asked for years after that, "Have you heard from Crocker recently?" Name not changed. BC he owns this crap. I always lied. Yes. Number. Not recently. Whatever answer was least complicated. She would never hear the granny story, and my former friend would never hear from me again. If you are new to the channel, you can subscribe. I publish new videos every day. Until then, check another video. Bye for now.